Alright, and we're back. We're back, baby. Get my chats out again. Pop out chat. All right, and then put my video that I was listening to back on.
People have is that like, okay, well, hold on. If we do a one-state solution and all these Arabic people are allowed to vote, we kind of sort of have this country so that we can get away from all of the other people trying to kill us. The worry is that if we give up our country to Arabic people or Muslims and they're now voting, that they might start voting for the same policies that we essentially escaped from every other country, right? I think that's the general fear of Jewish people in Israel. That's why they feel like they want to have their own land that is really an ethno-state, essentially, because that ethnicity is a property they've been hunted for around the world. So I don't like to, I don't like the comparison of Israel to like Germany or France, because I think the fears of the German people, the fears of the French people, and the fears of the Jewish people are quite a bit different historically. I don't know if those can all just be compared one-to-one to each other.
I don't think they can be either.
Yeah, but I understand there's more complicated shit around Destiny. You're making the ethno-state for me, but not for the argument. Am I allowed to have a conversation where you're a little bit smarter than that? Are you really gonna be that fucking stupid? Can you turn your brain on? Like I know you're using 5% right now. Can you turn it up to like 15%? Yes, that is the argument that I'm making, but I'm providing you a list of justifications for that reason, right? There aren't people all over the world murdering German people. There aren't people all over the world murdering French people, all right? There aren't people all over the world murdering British people, although maybe they should in a video game, just kidding, right? But there were people all over the world killing Jewish people everywhere. Every fucking country they were in, Jewish people were getting murdered in especially across the Middle East, especially across Northern Africa, even across Europe, okay? A lot of people don't know that Germany was not the only anti-Semitic fucking country, okay? Europe, the entire continent of Europe was rife with anti-Semitism prior to Hitler, okay? It didn't just happen in fucking Germany. It didn't just start there, continue there, and then end there. All of Europe was rife with anti-Semitism. And especially across Northern Africa, especially across the Middle East, like Jews have been like pretty fucked in Russia, the Soviet Union too. Jews have been pretty fucked all over the world, right? So yeah, they feel like they need a little place. You don't really have that same type of persecution across a group of people that have a country. It's just like, that's generally why they say they want their little ethno-state, okay?
Say for the 50+ Islamic states that exist across the world, that they don't deserve states of their own. It is only the Jewish state that has fallen under her significant...
Your defense of Zionists committing genocide is almost enough for me to stop. Listen, if Zionists wanted to commit genocide against Palestinians would be deleted from the world yesterday, okay? Chill. Not that I supported the treatment of the quasi-apartheid shit that goes on. It's the Israel situation complicated. I'm just explaining the Israeli side of it, okay? Like, Palestinian side of it is rough too. There are really long, deep historical claims to some parts of the land, right? We saw a few years ago, there's that big fight over the fucking Sheikh Jarrah. I don't know what the fuck it was called, dude. What the fuck do we... in Jerusalem. Yeah, I mean, it's a complicated situation, okay? What do you want to... What do you want me to say, okay? Everybody wants to live in the same spot, okay?
Significant scrutiny. And she also promulgates lies about one specific state in the form of suggesting, for example, that Israel is an apartheid state, which it is most eminently not, considering that the last unity government in Israel included an Arab party, that there are Arabs who sit on the Israeli Supreme Court, and all the rest. And then beyond that, obviously, she's...
Well, how many Arabs, though?
engaged in some of the same sort of anti-Semitic tropes that you heard from Ye, right? The stuff about it's all about the Benjamins, that American support for Israel is all about the Benjamins.
Hypnotize the world. Don't forget that one.
Party about this sort of stuff before.
Can you empathize with the plight of Palestinian people?
Absolutely. I mean, I you know, some of the uglier things that I've ever said in my career are things that I said very early on, 17, 18.
About normal people build, but all Arabs do is destroy. I think that's probably a tweet he regrets from like 2010.
I started writing a syndicated comment. I was 17. I'm now 38. So virtually all the dumb things, not so virtually all, many of the dumb things, the plurality of the dumb things that I've said came from the ages of, I would say, 17 to maybe 23. And they are rooted, again, in sloppy thinking. I feel terrible for people who have lived under the thumb and currently live under the thumb of Hamas, which is a national terrorist group, or the Palestinian Authority, which is a corrupt oligarchy that steals money from its people and leaves them in misery, or Islamic Jihad, which is an actual terrorist group. And the basic...
That was really tricky. That was a cute little trick. Did anybody see the trick? Did anybody see the trick that Ben just played there? That was super cute. Now maybe he'll do it later on here. That was super cute. Lex asks him, can you empathize with any of the Palestinians? And Ben Shapiro's answer is, of course I empathize with the Palestinians. There are some really bad Palestinians that are hurting other Palestinians. Yeah, they live under Hamas. That's horrible, right? That was a cute trick. It's like me saying, like, don't you think, can you empathize a little bit with the black struggle in the United States? And it's like, yeah, of course, dude. Being black is hard, especially when you're getting killed by other black people all the time, you know? It's that was a good, is he wrong? I mean, like, Hamas sucks. I think they win elections, though, in the Gaza Strip. So I mean, I don't know what to say about that, right?
I'm not ready yet.
But I mean, I'm pretty sure what Lex was looking for here was like, can you empathize with any of their frustrations with the state of Israel? I think is probably I think that's what Lex was looking for. But
rule for the region, in my view, is if these groups were willing to make peace with Israel, they would have a state literally tomorrow. And if they are not, then there will be no peace. And it really is that simple. If Israel, the formula it's typically used to become a bit of a bumper sticker, but it happens to be factually correct. If the Palestinians put down their guns tomorrow, there would be a state. If the Israelis put down their guns, there would be no Israel.
You get attacked a lot on the internet.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta ask you about your own psychology. How do you not let that break you mentally? And how do you avoid letting that lead to a resentment of the groups that attack you?
I mean, there are a few sort of practical things that I've done. So, for example, I would say that 4 years ago, Twitter was all-consuming. Twitter is an ego machine, especially the notifications button, right? The notifications button is just people talking about you all the time, and the normal human tendency is, wow, people talking about me, gotta see what they're saying about me, which is a recipe for insanity. So my wife actually said, Twitter is making your life miserable, you need to take it off your phone. So Twitter is not on my phone. If I want to log on to Twitter, I have to go onto my computer and I have to make the conscious decision to go onto Twitter and then take a look at what's going on.
I could just imagine you like there's a computer in the basement, you descend into the check Twitter.
That's pretty much
in the darkness.
I love the way he talks about his wife. The references to like, because he did this before on a show where he speaks like what you're looking for in a healthy marriage or whatever. Or he did this in that thing where like my wife is concerned about my Twitter usage, so I shouldn't do it anymore. So I like it seems like his wife has an active role in his relationship. As opposed to like, oh, she's just some dumb plot that stays at home and takes care of the kids while I do it.
If you look at when I actually tweet, it's generally like in the run-up to recording my show or when I'm prepping for my show later in the afternoon, for example.
That doesn't affect you negatively mentally, like put you in a bad mental space?
Not particularly if it's restricted to sort of what's being watched. Now, I will say that I think the most important thing is you have to surround yourself with a group of people who you trust enough to make serious critiques of you when you're doing something wrong, but also you know that they have your best interests at heart. Because the internet is filled with people who don't have your best interests at heart and who hate your guts, and so you can't really take those critiques seriously or it does wreck you. And the world is also filled with sycophants, right? The more successful you become, there are a lot of people who will tell you you're always doing the right thing. I'm very lucky. I got married when I was 24, my wife was 20, so she's known me long before I was famous or wealthy or anything. And so she's a good sounding board. I have a family that's willing to call me out on my bullshit, as you talked to Ye about. I have friends who are able to do that. I try to have open lines of communications with people who I believe have my best interest at heart. But one of the sort of conditions of being friends is that when you see me do something wrong, I'd like for you to let me know that so I can correct it. And I don't want to leave bad impressions out there.
The sad thing about the internet, just looking at the critiques you get, I see very few critiques from people that actually want you to succeed and want you to grow. I mean, they're very, they're not sophisticated. They're just, I don't know, they're cruel. The critiques are just, it's not actual critiques, it's just cruelty.
And then that's most of Twitter. I mean, as I said, Twitter is a place to smack and be smacked. I mean, that's anybody who uses Twitter for an intellectual conversation, I think, is engaging in category error.
I use it to spread love. I think it's still possible.
You're the only one. It's you and no one else, my friend.
All right. Well, on that topic, what do you think about Elon buying Twitter? What do you like? What are you hopeful on that front? What would you like to see Twitter improve?
So, I'm very hopeful about Elon buying Twitter. I mean, I think that Elon is significantly more transparent than what has taken place up till now. He seems committed to the idea that he's going to broaden the Overton window to allow for conversations that simply were banned before, everything ranging from efficacy of masks with regard to COVID to whether men can become women and all the rest. A lot of things that would get you banned on Twitter before without any sort of real explanation. It seems like he's dedicated to at least explaining what the standards are going to be and being broader in allowing a variety of perspectives on the outlet, which I think is wonderful. I think that's also why people are freaking out. I think the kind of wailing and gnashing of teeth and wearing of sackcloth and ash by so many members of the legacy media, I think a lot of that is because Twitter essentially was an oligarchy in which certain perspectives were allowed and certain perspectives just were not. And that was part of a broader social media reimposed oligarchy in the aftermath of 2017. So in order to really understand, I think, what...
Oh, also, I want you to know, if you see him in chat, every single day that goes on that I'm not unbanned on Twitter, that's a specific choice that Lex has made to keep me banned. I asked him, I was like, Lex, do you think that you could pass a note on to your friend there to look at my unjust banning? They banned me for being Cuban. Jack tweeted it himself, and Lex said, fuck no. You're gonna be my YouTube slave who's never allowed on Twitter again. I'm gonna tell Elon to keep you banned. Just so you know, he told me that in a personal conversation. I was like, that's really fucked.
It means for Elon to take over Twitter. I think that we have to take a look at sort of the history of media in the United States in 2 minutes or less. The United States, the media, for most of its existence up until about 1990, at least from about 1930s until the 1990s, virtually all media was 3 major television networks, a couple major newspapers, and the wire services. Everybody had a local newspaper with the wire services that basically did all the foreign policy and all the national policy. McClatchy, Reuters, AP, AFP, etc.
MMS in good faith. If black Americans decided to found an ethno-state right after the Jim Crow era, do you think they'd be justified because of historic oppression? I don't think that Jim Crow is comparable to the Holocaust. Like, I'm not trying to say that there isn't racism in the United States and there wasn't racism and there was racism, but like, the Holocaust was pretty fucked. And there's a lot of people around the world that have just like killed Jews a lot. They aren't just like racist. They're like, what's like racist plus wants to murder you? Genocidal? Yeah.
So that monopoly or oligopoly existed until the rise of the internet. There were sort of pokes at it and talk radio and Fox News, but there certainly was not this plethora of sources. Then the internet explodes, and all of a sudden you can get news everywhere. And the way that people are accessing that news is, you're, I believe, significantly younger than I am, but we used to do this thing called bookmarking, where you would bookmark a series of websites and then you would visit them every morning. And then social media came up. And
Is this on AOL?
Anybody else have an RSS feed? Oof. Whoa! I just got sucked back to 2010.
Yeah, exactly. You had the dial-up, and you'd actually, it was actually a can connected to a string, and you would actually just, it would go, and then there came a point where social media arose, and social media was sort of a boon for everybody because you no longer had to bookmark anything. You just
chattel slavery was worse than the Holocaust. No, I'm gonna go ahead and say no. Fuck, I don't want to sound like a fucking Mossad agent, but like I'm pretty sure the Holocaust was like probably one of the worst things ever. Is that? I need more time. Do I sound like a shill if I say that? Like I genuinely do believe the Holocaust was probably like one of the worst things ever. Probably one of the worst things in human history. Not to mention, like, wasn't like chattel slavery kind of like part of the Holocaust? Like, didn't they get thrown in camps and also forced to work? Weren't they working in there too? So, like, yeah, I don't know if that's, maybe that's like edgy now. Maybe I have to defend that. opinion now, but like I would say that like the systematic extermination of an entire group of people is probably worse than the systematic enslavement of that group of people. Slavery is still really bad though. I do want to come out strong. I do want to come out strong, okay, against slavery. I'm a huge proponent of not having slavery, but I'm also a huge proponent that the Holocaust is probably worse, okay? But you know, I don't usually compare these things all the time.
Followed your favorite accounts and all of them would pop up, and you follow everything on Facebook and it would all pop up and it was all centralized. And for a while everybody was super happy because this was the brand new wave of the future. Man, it was super easy. Suddenly outlets like mine were able to see new eyeballs because it was all centralized in one place, right? You didn't have to do it through Google optimization. You could now just put it on Facebook, and so many eyeballs were on Facebook, you'd get more traffic. And everybody seemed pretty happy with this arrangement until precisely the moment Donald Trump became president. At that point, then the sort of pre-existing supposition of a lot of the powers that be, which was Democrats are going to continue winning from here on out, so we can sort of use these social media platforms as ways to push our information and still allow for there to be other information out there.
I need more time.
The immediate response was, we need to reestablish this siphoning of information. It was misinformation and disinformation that won Donald Trump the election. We need to pressure the social media companies to start cracking down on misinformation and disinformation. And actually see this in the historical record. I mean, you can see how Jack Dorsey's talk about free speech shifted from about 2015 to about 2018. You can see Mark Zuckerberg gave a speech at Georgetown in 2018 in which he talked about free speech and its value. By 2019, he was going in front of Congress talking about how he was responsible for the stuff that was on Facebook, which is not true. He's not responsible for the stuff on Facebook, right? It's a platform. Is AT&T responsible for the stuff he's
Wasn't the Cambridge Analytica shit?
It's all your fault.
We started to lose our
When did
memory.
that break?
We found them torn apart and
Yeah, now I know
barely
I was
recognizable. Death was
How dare you
granted for
lower
a
me to
lucky
that
few.
standard?
The others rose as shambling
It was in
corpses.
2018, 2019. Yeah. So of
The
course,
trail of bodies led
Zuckerberg
us to
changed
the
his tune on
demon
that. That came
Oh,
down
so
with
you're
the
saying it's
fucking
my fault that you play on World Tier 1 calls? Is that what you're trying to
Did
say?
anything ever come of that breaking?
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, social media companies started to be a lot more fearful, I think, of Congress bringing the hammer down on them. So they started to like, I think that's where like all the Google shit, like warning of misinformation, Twitter marking of misinformation, I think all that shit was coming back. People started to get really worried about stuff like that.
say on your phone? The answer is typically no. So when that happened, all of these, because all the eyeballs had now been centralized in these social media sites, they were able to suddenly control what you could see and what you could not see. And the most obvious example was obviously leading up to 2020, the election, the killing of the Hunter Biden story is a great example of this. And so Elon coming in and taking over one of the social media.
I wish that at least like one person in all of human history could like accurately talk about that Hunter Biden story, because like it's fair to criticize them if you want. I think that it's okay to say like, oh well, this should have been handled in a different way, but like the actual story of the Hunter Biden stuff was not censored. It was the one New York Post story that included a link to the hack materials. Tons of people on Twitter were talking about it. Tons of people on Twitter were reporting on it. You just couldn't include a link to the hack materials policy. But Twitter actually changed their entire policy afterwards in response to that story. Like, so if you want to talk about favorable treatment, like Twitter, you actually like they're like, okay, yeah, we're gonna allow this to be posted now if it's newsworthy or whatever, right? I think there's like a fair conversation to be had there, but I just wish people wouldn't just make it sound like, oh, they were only censoring it because it was like an anti-Hunter Biden thing. That's just not true. But whatever. I don't think, dude, everything related, Hunter Biden is like the ultimate like thought terminator. Like your brain just shuts off as soon as his name is even brought out. Like it's all over at that point.
Media service and saying, I'm not playing by your rules, right? There's not going to be this sort of group of people in the halls of power who are going to decide what we can see and hear. Instead, I'm going to let 1,000 flowers bloom. There'll be limits, but it's going to be on a more case-by-case basis. We're going to allow perspectives that are mainstream, but maybe not mainstream in the halls of academia or in the halls of media.
I'm not ready yet.
Let those be said. I think it's a really good thing. Now, that comes with, some responsibilities on Elon's personal part, which would be, to be, for example, I think more responsible in dissemination of information himself sometimes, right? Like he got himself in trouble the other day for tweeting out that story about Paul Pelosi that was speculative and untrue. And I don't think what he did is horrific. He deleted it when he found out that it was false. But and that's actually free speech working, right? He said something wrong, people ripped into him, he realized he was wrong and he deleted it, which seems to me a better solution than preemptively banning content, which only raises more questions than it actually stops. With that said,
I'm not ready yet.
as the face of responsible free speech, you know, and that's sort of what he's pitching in Twitter. He, I think, should enact that himself and be a little more careful in the stuff that he tweets out.
Well, that's a tricky balance. The reason a lot of people are freaking out is because, one, he's putting his thumb on the scale by saying he is more likely a Republican. He's showing himself to be center-right and sort of just having a political opinion versus being this amorphous thing that doesn't have a political opinion. I think if I were to guess, I haven't talked to him about it, but if I were to guess, he's sending a kind of signal that's important for the Twitter, the company itself, because if we're being honest, most of the employees are left-leaning. So you have to kind of send a signal that, like a resisting mechanism, to say like, since most of the employees are left, it's good for Elon to be more right, to balance out the way the actual engineering is done, to say we're not going to do any kind of activism inside the engineering. If I were to guess, that's kind of the effective aspect of that mechanism. And the other one, by posting the Pelosi thing, is probably to expand the Overton window, like saying we can play, we could post stuff, we could post conspiracy theories, and then through discourse figure out what is and isn't true.
Yeah, again, like I say, I mean, I think that that is a better mechanism in action than what it was before. I just think it gave people who hate his guts the opening to kind of slap him for no reason. But I can see the strategy of it for sure. And I think that the general idea that he's, you know, kind of pushing right where the company had pushed left before, I think that there is actually unilateral polarization right now in politics, at least with regard to social media, in which...
How did Jewish people get out on worse than natives who have almost been wiped out? Well, firstly, I'm pretty sure most natives were killed because of, or most natives died due to disease, right? Which isn't like an intentional kind of genocide. Number one, but also number two, and I people don't like to, people don't like this argument as much, but I mean, it's true. The rules of the world were just a bit different back then. Like
I need more time.
Back in the 1600s, 1700s, like people conquered each other. People conquered each other. They went around, they blew people up, they stole their land. That was just like the rules of the world. That's just how people. The blanket shit is totally not true. Anybody bring up blankets, money from the place. No one actually agreed where that story came from. There were no smallpox blankets. Everybody's saying this in chat. There were no fucking smallpox blankets. Okay, this is the dumbest meme rumor of all fucking time. There was like one writing by one dude that kind of implied that maybe, but no, it's not true. The reality is just that like when you live in shit and filth that's produced by fucking animals in major cities and all these people around each other, you're gonna carry viruses that are gonna just be absolutely fucking lethal to people that have been like living in forests all day.
I'm not ready yet.
Like that's it. Like the blanket shit is not true. Everybody trying to spread that bullshit. It's super bullshit. That yeah, the ultra super smallpox blankets that were trebucheted across the lands in order to make natives sick. But the yeah, so there was like a different set of rules that the world was playing by at that point that made like conquering was just kind of like the thing that people did. But by the time we'd hit like the 1900s, I mean before that really, but like Jesus, the idea of like rounding up tons of people and then on an industrial, almost commercial scale, like slaughtering them, that's just insane. Like the world had moved on from, well, largely was supposed to have moved on from that kind of stuff. Kind of like how today, like if today was, 150 years ago and Russia was trying to, take off parts of Ukraine, like, okay, sure, like people do that shit, what are you gonna do? But today, people don't invade countries and steal territory from them. That's just not what we do in the year 2022 of our Lord, okay? We don't do this. So yeah, I mean, time period is, I think, pretty relevant when you're looking at the actions of countries and you're trying to think of like the moral condemnation or how bad a certain action they did was.
My way.
Do moral standards develop with history? Absolutely, of course, they do.
Morgan's folly is lost, in ruins. Going back is... This isn't like before. This isn't for the fort, for Akarat.
The number of deaths still make the loss and tragedy worse? The number of deaths, maybe. I mean, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure, I'd have to think about it. I don't know. If a lot of it was due to disease, I'm not sure. Like, weren't 95% of the native deaths due to disease that were largely, I don't want to say unintentional, but they weren't intentional, right? So it was fine that the Mongols killed a bunch of people. I never said it's fine or okay. Fuck. This is
Yeah, this is kind of like going back to what I was talking about earlier before right? Where it's like, oh, somebody says something, But then it's like a bait and switch. The person asking the question is in reality, they're looking for a certain kind of answer, and a lot of times, regardless how you answer, it's not A equals B, C, or D. Like, it could be a number of things that you don't know what somebody thinks about until, you question or ask further, or they deliver more information to you. It's, you say this, automatically, no matter what other 10 other things you might say in response to it, you're automatically labeled as this thing. It's fucking stupid. Just shuts everything down. But it does happen to show that that person that's doing that, like, a lot of times I think when somebody does that, they've already got that conclusion in their head about somebody to begin with. So there's no help, not much you could do there, I don't think. I don't know what you could do aside from being like walking away. Like, this is a pointless endeavor right now.
It's like this is like a conversation where you have to have more than 75 IQ to participate. I don't know what to say. Sorry. I am saying that. You're right.
That's a good way to put it, I think. Not necessarily because they're smart and stupid people. Low IQ, high IQ people all do this. I think it's a human thing. But I think people of lower IQ in a lot of cases are more likely to fall to the temptation of that line of thinking, right? If they say anything regarding this thing and I don't like it, therefore they're automatically this thing, blank and white. And but I don't think it necessarily has to do with intelligence. I think it more has to do with some form of insight into yourself and maybe wisdom, experience, perhaps. Like some combination of those two things, right? Introspection, insight into other people, and maybe you could just say having some knowledge of, psychologically speaking, how people work, I guess, including yourself, because of course you're a person, you're a human being too. And when you kind of understand that, you can recognize that, then it's less likely, I think, that you're going to behave in that fashion, right? Hopefully. I mean, I could be wrong. Jesus, Walmart Canada, fuck off. I don't need your email messages.
All prior murder and killing and everything was A-okay
yeah.
until it happened to the Jews. I guess that's what I was saying, right? Okay. True. You got me, dude. Good one.
One side basically says the solution to disinformation is to shut down free speech from the other side, and the other side is basically, like, people like me are saying, the solution to disinformation is to let 1,000, like, I'd rather have people on the left also being able to put out stuff that I disagree with than for there to be anybody who's sort of in charge of these social media platforms and using them as editorial sites. I mean, they're plenty. I'm not criticizing MSNBC for not putting on right-wing opinions. I mean, that's fine. I run a conservative site. We're not going to put up left-wing opinions on a wide variety of issues because we are a conservative site. But if you pitch yourself as a platform, that's a different thing. If you pitch yourself as the town square, as Elon likes to call it, then I think Elon has a better idea of that than many of the former employees did, especially now that we have that report from The Intercept suggesting that there are people from Twitter working with DHS to monitor quote-unquote disinformation and being rather vague about what disinformation meant.
Yeah, I don't think activism has a place in what is fundamentally an engineering company that's building a platform.
Okay, Lex has done this a little bit. I'm going to fight with him next time. If I ever talk to him, we got on a show.
Why can't I? Well, on the character select screen. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do. Because I do know that when crossplay is on, it can fuck with your ability to play the game in terms of, like, whatchamacallit, in terms of frames and latency issues and stuff like that. I'll be right back. I have returned.
He did it a lot in the Kanye talk. I don't like this use of the word engineering. This is going to be like my philosophy of science take, I guess. But like engineering is not devoid from activism or politics. Like everything we do necessarily has some kind of like political bend. Even choosing not to be political is in and of itself a kind of political statement. I don't think you can just divorce the engineering of a social media company from like some sort of like political statement. I don't think it's possible to do that. You're always expressing some kind of political preference, whether you want to or not. But
Like the people inside the company should not be putting a thumb on the scale of what is and isn't allowed. You should create a mechanism for the people to decide what is and isn't allowed. Do you think Trump should have been removed from Twitter? Should his account be restored?
His account should be restored. And this is coming from somebody who really dislikes an enormous number of Donald Trump's tweets. Again, he's a very important political personage. Even if he weren't, I don't think that he should be banned from Twitter or Facebook in coordinated fashion. And by the way, I hold that opinion about people who I think are far worse than Donald Trump. Right? Everyone knows I'm not an Alex Jones guy. I don't like Alex Jones. I think Alex Jones pervades.
You think Alex should be back on Twitter?
I do, actually, because I think that...
did Twitter pre-Elon ever call itself the town square, or is that something conservatives just assert? Conservatives definitely asserted it, probably more than anyone else because they were the ones getting censored, but I think there's a high degree of truth to that. Like, it kind of is, right? Like, we talk about freedom of speech today, but like how much freedom of speech do you really have if you're banned from like the 3 major social media? If you're banned from Facebook, Twitter, and like YouTube, like how much freedom of speech do you have? Like, you can say whatever you want, but no one's gonna hear you, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I think that is true.
There are plenty of people who are willing to say that what he's saying is wrong. And I'm not a big fan of this idea that because people I disagree with, and people who have personally targeted me, by the way, I mean, Alex Jones has said some things about me personally that I'm not real fond of.
You guys not?
Well, we're not besties. No, it turns out, yeah. You know, all I've said is I don't really enjoy his show. He said some other stuff about the Antichrist and such, but that's a bit of a different thing, I suppose. You know, even so,
Yeah.
You know, I'm just not a big fan of this idea. Like, I've defended people who have really gone after me on a personal level, have targeted me.
This isn't gonna work, is it?
The town square is online. Banning people from the town square is unpersoning them. Unless you violated a criminal statute, you should not be unpersoned in American society, as a general rule. That doesn't mean that companies that are not platforms don't have the ability to respond to you. I think Adidas is right to terminate its contract with Kanye, for example, with Ye. You know, but Twitter ain't Adidas.
So the way your stance on free speech, to the degree it's possible to achieve on a platform like Twitter, is you fight bad speech with more speech, with better speech. And that's, so if Alex Jones and Trump is allowed back on in the coming months and years leading up to the 2024 election, you think that's going to make for a better world in the long term?
I think that on the principle that people should be allowed to do this, and the alternative being a group of thought bosses telling us what we can and cannot see, yes. So I think in the short term, it's going to mean a lot of things that I don't like very much. Sure, I mean, them's the cost of doing business, you know. Like, I think that one of the costs of freedom is people doing things that I don't particularly like, and I would prefer the freedom with all the stuff I don't like than not the freedom.
Let me linger on the love a little bit. You and a lot of people are pretty snarky on Twitter, sometimes to the point of mockery, derision, even a bit of, if I were to say, bad faith in the kind of mockery. And you see it as a war. Like, I disagree with both you and Elon on this. Elon sees Twitter as a war zone, or at least has saw it that way in the past. Have you ever considered being...
Do you agree with what he said?
If I were to say bad faith in the kind of mockery, and you see it as a war, like, I disagree with both you and Elon on this. Elon sees Twitter as a war zone.
I need more time.
Things that I don't like very much. Sure, I mean, them's the cost of doing business. You know, like, I think that one of the costs of freedom is people doing things.
Oh, the cost of freedom? Yeah, I think I've spoken about this a lot when it comes to like things like 9/11 and shit. I guess it's kind of in line with my influencer take that like you have to acknowledge that if you're getting paid big bucks to influence people, that your words are influential. It's also something I've said where like conservatives will say things like, oh no, like having guns being legal, there's no drawbacks. It's just like we get guns, we protect ourselves from criminals, it's all good. That's not true. Having guns available can cause demonstrable harm to the United States. You have to be able to recognize that. But like you should be able to say that, you know, here's a freedom, I enjoy it. It's got its benefits, and it has its costs. That's true of everything. That's especially true of freedom of speech.
I need more time.
Right? There is going to be a cost to having a freedom of speech, but but there are a lot of benefits as well, right?
Things that I don't particularly like, and I would prefer the freedom with all the
Platform argument is BS. Companies should moderate their communities. I just don't get how you can get around that with this platform/publisher argument. I don't like the Section 230 arguments. I think that's bullshit. Anytime somebody even utters the phrase Section 230, my brain shuts off. However, I think that the general concept of your ability to be heard feels impinged by the social media companies, which is scary. That's just scary to me that like I guess the thing that this is what makes it scary, okay? Something that started happening after 2015, 2016 is this concept, or maybe even 2018 actually. It's this concept of hate. That's what started to get really scary, right? I think if you go back to 2012, 2013, right? If you got banned from a social media platform and people are like, oh shit, you got banned? What'd you do? And you're like, I went in this NAACP group and I was just spamming the N word in like 52 different ways, and I thought it was really funny. You're like, yeah, you got banned.
I need
Like,
more time.
that's it, right? Like, okay. Typically, like pre like 2015, if you got banned from some shit, usually it's because you fucked up, and everybody knows you fucked up, and you know you fucked up, right? Everybody's gonna be like, okay, you fucked up, and you're like, yeah, I did. I fucked up, yeah, of course, yeah, right? Everybody knows it. You got banned. You probably deserve to get banned, right? Everybody knows that. But now with this concept of hate, it gets a lot different, right? Because I can go on and tweet something like, I don't think trans women will ever be winners. I don't believe it. And I think what's happening to children is a crime. That's a political opinion. I disagree with it. But damn, could you get banned from that, from Twitter? I think that could get you permabanned. And it's like,
I'm not ready yet.
damn, I don't know about that one. That's like, we're in a much more nebulous area now where we're banning people for what's essentially political opinion, but it's because we've got this category of things called hate. And that category of hate is just really scary to me. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think that Nazi voices should have been suppressed prior to World War II? Well, the problem is that like, to quote my good friend, Martin Luther King Jr., riots are the language of the unheard. Right? If you suppress speech long enough, you don't do anything to remedy the conditions that are making that speech happen. It's still going to come out somewhere, right? Like, it's you can suppress the Nazis all you want, but the Nazis didn't like show up out of nowhere, right? There was a lot of discontent in post-World War I Germany. There was a lot of economic recession. There was a lot of shame. There were a lot of issues that surrounded the country. There was a lot of debt. There was a lot of problems with society. Like that government was not effective. You could try to suppress the Nazi language all you want. It would have just been the commies that would have taken over next, or it would have been some other extremist faction. Like, you can't just suppress all the language you don't want. Usually it's coming from somewhere. You have to address that underlying cause. Do you think if something is actually hate, it should be banned? No, I don't think hate speech should be banned. One of the things I love about the United States is we don't have anything about hate speech legally in the United States.
I need more time.
A lot of European countries are starting to do that. But yeah, I think that anything related to hate is cringe. I think like racial slurs, that's an okay ban. If somebody's spamming the N-word or some bullshit, that's fine. But yeah, things relating to slurs are okay, but like just hate in general is kind of scary. Do you think you have a right to an audience? Nope, I've never said you had a right to an audience, but I think you probably have a right to a speech platform, unless you're like breaking the law or something.
All the stuff I don't like, then not the freedom.
let me linger on the love a little bit. You and a lot of people are pretty snarky on Twitter, sometimes to the
I need
point of
more
mockery,
energy.
derision, even.
So glad. One of the only positives about my Twitter being banned is that if my Twitters were still up, the day that Elon unbans every Twitter, I've got to redact those tweets so fast, or Lex will never talk to me again.
Bit of, if I were to say, bad faith in the kind of mockery, and you see it as a war. Like I disagree with both you and Elon on this. Elon sees Twitter as a war zone, or at least has saw it that way in the past. Have you ever considered being nicer on Twitter? Like, as
No,
a voice
don't
that
do
a
it,
lot
Ben.
of people look
No,
up to,
don't break
that
down.
If Ben
I'm not
Shapiro
ready yet.
becomes a little bit more about love, that's going to inspire a lot of people, or no? Is it just too fun for you?
The answer is yes. Sure, it's occurred to me. Let's put it this way. There are a lot of tweets that actually don't go out that I delete. I will say that
Oh, no.
Twitter's new function, that 30-second function, is a friend of mine. Every so often, I'll tweet something and I'll think about it a second time. Like, do I need to say this? Probably not.
Can you make a book published after you pass away of all the tweets that you didn't send?
I don't know. My kids are still going to be around.
Okay,
I hope so.
that's
That's
true. All right.
the legacy. But
right.
yeah, I mean, sure. The answer is yes. And this is a good piece of what we would call in Orthodox Judaism musar. This is like he's giving you a musar schmooze right now. This is like the kind of
Why did I
be
make
a better
this like
person
this?
stuff.
What
I
the
agree with
fuck
you. I
was
agree
I
with you.
thinking?
And yeah, I will say that Twitter is sometimes too much fun. I try to be at least, if not even-handed, then equal opportunity in my derision. I remember that during the 2016 primaries, I used to post rather snarky tweets about virtually all of the candidates, Republican
Come back
and
if you
Democrat.
need the force.
And every so often, I'll still do some of that. I do think actually the amount of snark on my Twitter feed has gone down fairly significantly. I think if you go back a couple of years, it's probably
Wow,
more
this guy's a
snarky.
Destiny clone.
Today I'm trying to use it a little bit more in terms of
Cringe.
strategy to get out information. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not going to make jokes about, for example, Joe Biden. I will make jokes about Joe Biden. He's the president of the United States. Nobody else will mock him. So the entire comedic establishment has decided they actually work for him.
So the president of the United States, no matter who they are, get the snark. From Ben
Yes,
Shapiro.
yes. And President Trump, I think, is fairly aware that he got the snark from me as well. Like this, when it comes to snarking the president, I'm not going to stop that. I think the president deserves to be snarked.
So you're not afraid of attacking Trump?
No, I mean, I've done it before.
Can you say what your favorite and least favorite things are about President Trump and President Biden, one at a time? So maybe one thing that you can say is super positive about Trump and one thing super negative about Trump.
Okay, so the super positive thing about Trump is that because he has no preconceived views that are establishmentarian, he's sometimes willing to go out of the box and do things that haven't been tried before. And sometimes that works. I mean, the best example being the entire foreign policy establishment telling him that he couldn't get a Middle Eastern deal done unless he centered the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and instead he just went right around that and ended up cutting a bunch of peace deals in the Middle East.
Okay, I need to go look more into this. What the fuck did he actually do in the Middle East? What are these huge historic peace deals? Like, doesn't Iran and Saudi Arabia still fucking fight with each other? Like, what were the huge deals? I need to go back and check on this because everybody's still fighting, right? Like, people are still after Israel. Pretty sure Iran still supports factions via like the IRGC and everything. Like, what? Like, we still assassinated Soleimani in Iraq. We still bombed Syria. We moved the embassy into Jerusalem, which I think like only Kosovo and like one other fucking country recognized. Like, the Israel and the UAE signed a deal. Abraham Accords. Okay, I need to go like and look up what exactly, because I feel like I've heard this, but I feel like things haven't changed much in the. Or it feels like things haven't changed much in the Middle East, but I'm not sure. The Saudi deal with Israel, Qatar and Bahrain, ceasing of hostilities, suppression of the Yemeni conflict, and the calming of Hamas. Okay. I'll open this up and I'll look at this later, because this is brought up a lot and I just haven't dug into it much.
Moving the embassy in Jerusalem, right? Sometimes he does stuff and it's really out of the box and it actually works, and that's kind of awesome in politics and neat to see.
I'm not ready yet.
The downside of Trump is that he has no capacity to use any sort of there's no filter between brain and mouth. Well, whatever happens in his brain is the thing that comes out of his mouth. I know a lot of people find that charming and wonderful, and from time to, and it is very funny. But I don't think that it is a particularly excellent personal quality in a person who has as much responsibility as President Trump has. I think he says a lot of damaging and bad things on Twitter. I think that he seems, consumed in some ways by his own grievances, which is why you've seen him focusing in on election 2020 so much. And I think that is very negative about President Trump. So I'm very grateful to President Trump as a conservative for many of the things that he did. I think that a lot of his personality issues are pretty severe.
What about
I need more time.
Joe Biden?
So I think that the thing that I like most about Joe Biden, I will say that Biden, two things. One, Biden seems to be a very good father. By all available evidence, right? There are a lot of people who have put out, kind of tape of him talking to Hunter, and Hunter's having trouble with drugs or whatever. And I keep listening to that tape and thinking, he seems like a really good dad. Like, the stuff that he's saying to his son is stuff that, God forbid, if that were happening with my kid, I'd be saying to my kid. And so, you can't help but feel for the guy. He's had an incredibly difficult go of it with his first wife and death of members of his family.
I'm not ready yet.
And then Bo dying. I mean, like, that kind of stuff obviously is deeply sympathetic, and his he seems like a deeply sympathetic father. As far as his politics, he seems like a slap on the back, kind of guy, and I don't mind that. I think that's nice so far as it goes. It's sort of an old school politics where things are done with handshake and personal relationships. The thing that I don't like about him is I think sometimes that's really not genuine. I think that sometimes, I think that's his personal tendency, but I think sometimes he allows the prevailing winds of his party to carry him to incredibly radical places, and then he just doubles down on the radicalism in some pretty disingenuous ways. And there I would cite the Independence Day speech, or the Independence Hall speech, which I thought was truly one of the worst speeches I've seen a president give.
So you don't think he's trying to be unifying?
Not at all. I mean, that's what he was elected to do. He was elected to do two things: not be alive and be a unifier. Those were the two things. And when I say not be alive, I don't mean like physically dead. This is where the snark comes in. But what I do mean is that he was elected to not be particularly activist. Basically, the mandate was don't be Trump. Be sane. Don't be Trump. Calm everything down. And instead he got in and he's like, what if we spend $7 trillion? What if we pull...
Okay, but we were coming off the coronavirus shit. Of course there was going to be a lot of spending. What the fuck?
Out of Afghanistan without any sort of plan. What if I start labeling all of my political enemies of the Republic? What if I start...
I don't like also, that timetable was set by Trump. The Doha agreements were done under Trump. Does he not get any responsibility for that at all? But okay.
Bringing Dylan Mulvaney to the White House and talking about how it is a moral sin to prevent the genital mutilation of minors. I mean, like this kind of stuff is very radical stuff. And this is not a president who has pursued a unifying agenda, which is why his approval rating sank from 60% when he entered office to low 40s or high 30s today. Unlike President
Trump. Well, they sank largely. I don't know if he ever recovered from Afghanistan and then the inflation shit.
Trump, who never had a high approval rating, right? Trump came into office and he had like a 45% approval rating, and when he left office, he had about a 43% approval rating. It bounced around between 45 and 37 pretty much his entire presidency. Biden went from being a very popular guy coming in to a very unpopular guy right now, and if you're Joe Biden, you should be looking in the mirror and wondering exactly why.
Do you think that pulling out from Afghanistan could be flipped as a pro for Biden in terms of he actually did it?
I think it's going to be almost impossible. I think that the American people are incredibly inconsistent about their own views on foreign policy.
True.
In other words, we like to be isolationist until it comes time for us to be defeated and humiliated. When that happens, we tend not to like it very much.
You mentioned Biden being a good father. Can you make the case for and against the Hunter Biden laptop story for it being a big deal and against it being a big deal?
Sure. So the case for it being a big deal is basically twofold. One is that it is clearly relevant if the president's son is running around to foreign countries picking up bags of cash because his last name is Biden while his father is vice president of the United States. And it raises questions as to influence peddling for either the vice president or the former vice president using political connections. Did he make any money? Who was the big guy, right? All these open questions. That obviously implicates the questions to be asked. And then the secondary reason that the story is big is actually because of the reaction to the story. The banning of the story is in and of itself a major story. If there's any story that implicates a presidential candidate in the last month of an election and there is a media blackout, including a social media blackout. That obviously raises some
There
very
wasn't a media blackout. There was not a social media blackout. Was anybody else on Twitter at this time? Everybody was tweeting and talking about this
I need more
story.
time.
There were people that had written stories that were being posted on Twitter that weren't black. There was no media blackout. It was only on the New York Post story. That was the only thing I saw that ever got banned on Twitter. There wasn't a blackout. There were tons of people talking about it.
I need more
very
time.
serious questions about informational flow and dissemination in the United States.
So no matter how big of a deal the story is, it is a big deal that there's a censorship of any relevant story.
When there's a coordinated, collusive blackout, yeah, that's a serious and major problem. So those are the two reasons why it would be a big story. The two reasons, a reason why it would not be a big story, perhaps, is if it turns out, and we don't really know this yet, but let's say that Hunter Biden was basically off on his own, doing what he was doing, you know, being a
I'm not ready
derelict
yet.
or a drug addict or acting badly, and his dad had nothing to do with it, and Joe was telling the truth, and he really knew. But the problem is we never actually got those questions answered. So if it had turned out to be nothing of a story, the nice thing about stories that turn out to be nothing
more
is that
time.
after they turn out to be nothing, they're nothing. The biggest problem with this story is that it wasn't allowed to take the normal life cycle of a story, which is original story breaks, follow-on questions are asked, follow-on questions are answered. Story is either now a big story or into nothing. When the life cycle of a story is cut off right at the very beginning, right when you're born, then that allows you to speculate in any direction you want. You can speculate. It means nothing. It's nonsense. It's Russian.
I'm not
It's a
ready
Russian
yet.
laptop. It's disinformation. Or on the other hand, this means that Joe Biden was personally calling Hunter and telling him to pick up a stack of cash over in Beijing, and then he became president and he's influence peddling. So, you know, this is why it's important to allow these stories to go forward. So
need
this
more
is why
time.
actually the bigger story for the moment is not the laptop. It's the reaction to the laptop, because it cut off that life cycle of the story. And then, you know, at some point I would assume that there will be some follow-on questions that are actually answered. In the House is pledging, if it goes Republican,
I'm
to
not ready
investigate
yet.
all of this. Again, I wouldn't be supremely surprised if it turns out that there was no direct involvement of Joe in this sort of stuff, because it turns out, as I said before, that all of politics is Veep. And this is always the story with half the scandals that you see, is that everybody assumes that there's some sort of deep and abiding, clever plan that some politician is implementing it, and then you look at it and it turns out, no, it's just something dumb, right? This is sort of perfect example of this, you know, President Trump with the classified documents in Mar-a-Lago. So people on the left, like, it's probably nuclear codes.
I'm not ready
Probably
yet.
he's taking secret documents and selling them to the Russians.
If it was leaked that Trump kept that because he literally just wanted to brag to friends, or that like somebody said that like, oh, like you need to turn that back in, and he's like, fuck you, I'm the president, I don't have to do shit. That actually wouldn't surprise me at all. I think I said this once. I don't think Trump. I doubt Trump is like selling off like U.S. nuclear secrets. It's probably just a fucking ego thing. He's an actual evil fucking maniac.
To the Chinese. And the real, most obvious explanation is Trump looked at the papers and he said,
need
I
more
like these
time.
papers. And then he just decided to keep them.
Yeah.
Right? And then people came to him and said, Mr. President, you're not allowed to keep those papers. He said, who are those people? I don't care about what they have to say. I'm putting them in the other room, in a box. Like which is, it is highly likely that that is what happened. And it's very disappointing to people, I think, when they realize it. The human brain, I mean, you know this better than I do, but the human brain is built to find patterns, right? It's what we like to do. We like to find plans and patterns, because this is how we survived in the wild, is you found a plan, you found a pattern, you cracked.
Bro, tell me this guy's gonna. Benny Boy's made a lot of DGG talking points here. Okay.
I'm
Just
not
saying.
ready
The
yet.
code of the universe. When it comes to politics, the conspiracy theories that we see so often, it's largely because we're seeing inexplicable events. Unless you just assume everyone's a moron. If you assume that there's a lot of stupidity going on, everything becomes quickly explicable. If you assume that
need
there
time
must
to
be
do
some
that.
rationale behind it, you have to come up with increasingly convoluted conspiracy theories to explain just why people are acting the way that they're acting. And I find that, I won't say 100% of the time, but 94% of the time, the conspiracy theory turns out just to be people being dumb, and then other people reacting in dumb ways to the original people being dumb.
But it's also, to me, in that same way, very possible, very likely that the Hunter Biden getting money in Ukraine, I guess, for consulting and all that kind of stuff, is a nothing burger. He's qualified, he's getting money as he should. There's a lot of influence peddling in general in terms that's not
I think
corrupt.
the most obvious explanation there probably is that
I'm
he
not
was
ready yet.
fake influence peddling, meaning he went to Ukraine and he's like, guess what? My dad's Joe. And they're like, well, you don't have any qualifications in oil and natural gas, and you don't really have a great resume, but your dad is Joe. And then that was kind of the end of it. They gave him a bag of cash, hoping he would do something. He never did anything.
I think you're making it sound.
See, I'm so curious if Ben has ever talked about this on a show. That's a super reasonable take, and it wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. He's like, listen, dude, my
need
dad's the
more time.
president. I smoke crack. Fucking sign me, bitch. And they're like, okay, yeah, sure, whatever. It's a pretty reasonable take.
Worse than it is. I think that in general, consulting is done in that way. Your name, it's not like you're.
I agree with you.
You're not. It's not like he is some rare case, and this is an illustration of corruption.
Oh, I don't know if Lex has experience. Because I don't know his background. It's just like starting businesses or companies or whatever. This is totally true as well. I wonder if Dan is the one, or it might have been somebody else. Another business guy might have emailed me and brought this up. People that sit on these boards. Oh, actually, I know this because I have other friends that raise capital for businesses.
I need time to do that.
If you're starting like an oil company, you don't go and find a bunch of like oil barons to sit on your board. That's not the goal, right? Like if I'm building on a board and I've got like a new oil and gas company, my goal isn't to find the people that know the most about oil and gas. My goal is to find the people that have the most connection that I can use to get help for my company. So I might see that like, there is a senator that sits on the board of, or that has like she's part of the energy committee in the United States, or she used to be part of the energy committee, the Senate energy. I'm sure there's some Senate committee on fucking fossil fuels or some bullshit, right? I'm gonna grab her and put her on my board because I bet that she is gonna know a fuck ton of people that she can like literally pick up the phone and call in order to get somebody on the phone that I need to like figure out like what is the regulation here, what's the best way to grease the wheels on it, like how can I do it, right? And these are the types of people that you go and you grab to pad out your boards because these are going to be the ones with the social capital that you need to grow your company. When people look at somebody like Hunter Biden, like, well, what does he have in terms of experience in running a company? Like, well, he's not the fucking CEO though, dog. He's not an engineer. He's not like a manager that they're putting to like run a fucking factory. He's a guy that they're throwing on a board because he does have experience being on corporate boards in the past. There's literally things that he's done, right? But yeah, that was an interesting point that was brought up a while ago on this. There doesn't have to be corruption when you're putting like highly influential people on these boards. Sometimes people will put people on those boards, as stupid as it is, just because it looks good to have them. Right? So then I can go to another place and I go, yo, listen, do you want to invest in my company? I've got fucking I've got Peter Thiel. I've got fucking Lex Luthor. Look, these guys are on my board. Don't you want to invest in my company? Like sometimes it's just a matter of the name recognition of other people on your board so that you can bait other people into joining or get investors on as well. Right? Yeah. But this idea that like, oh my God, he's only there because he's handing off money to fucking Joe Biden and some ultra huge corrupt deal is like, come on.
If you can criticize consulting, which I would,
That's fair.
which they're basically not providing. You look at a resume and who's who. Like if you went to Harvard, I can criticize the same thing. If you have Harvard on your resume, you're more likely to be hired.
All right, I'm back.
There's a consultant. Maybe there's a network there of people that you know, and you hire them in that same way. If your last name is Biden, there's a lot of last names that sound pretty good at it, right?
No, for sure.
And
for
so,
sure.
and it's
And
not
Hunter
like
Biden
he was,
admitted that much, by the way, right? In an open interview, he was like, "If your last name weren't Biden, when you got that job," and he's like, "Probably not." And,
yeah,
and
but
you're
that's
right.
an honest.
I agree with you.
It's not like he's getting a.
Destiny definitely right here. Boards I have had experience of working with definitely will have big names in industry for clout/connections. That and perhaps some technical experts to CEOs of other companies either currently in the Yeah, I've heard of people that would like, there are some people that I think are on so many fucking boards that like they don't even know. And people are like, oh yeah, this guy's on this board. It's like, really? What does he do? It's like, oh, nothing. But like he's there, you know, and it's like, okay.
A ridiculous amount of money. He was getting like a pretty standard consulting kind of money, which also would criticize because they get a ridiculous amount of money. But I sort of even to push back on our life cycle or to steel man the side that was concerned about the Hunter Biden laptop story. I don't know if there is a natural life cycle of a story because there's something about the virality of the internet that we can't predict, that a story can just take hold and the conspiracy around it builds, especially around politics, where the interpretation, some popular sexy interpretation of a story that might not be connected to reality at all will become viral. And that, from Facebook's perspective, is probably what they're worried about, is a organized misinformation campaign that makes up a sexy story or sexy interpretation of the vague story that we have.
No, that's not why the Hunter Biden
And
stuff
that
though
has an influence on the populace.
I mean, I think that's true, but I think the question becomes who's the great adjudicator there, right? Who adjudicates when the story ought to be allowed to go through even a bad life cycle or allowed to go viral, as opposed to not. Now, it's one thing if you want to say, okay, we can spot the Russian accounts that are actually promoting this stuff. They belong to the Russian government. Got to shut that down. I think everybody agrees. This is actually one of the slides that's happened linguistically that I really object to, is the slide between disinformation and misinformation. You notice there was this evolution. In 2017, there was a lot of talk about disinformation. It was Russian disinformation. The Russians were putting out deliberately false information in order to skew election results, was the accusation. And then people started using disinformation for misinformation. And misinformation is either mistaken information or information that is quote-unquote out of context. That becomes very subjective very quickly as to what out of context means. And it doesn't necessarily have to be from a foreign source. It can be from a domestic source, right? It could be somebody misinterpreting something here. It could be somebody interpreting something correctly, but PolitiFact thinks that it's out of context. And that sort of stuff gets very murky very quickly. And so I'm deeply uncomfortable with the idea that Facebook, I mean, Zuckerberg was on with Rogan and talking about how the FBI had basically set lookout for Russian interference in the election. And then all of these people were out there saying that the laptop was Russian disinformation, so he basically shut it down. That sort of stuff is frightening, especially
I don't know
because
anything
it wasn't
about
Russian
Facebook,
disinformation, and the laptop was real. And so the fact that you have people who seem to, let's put it this way, it seems as though, maybe this is wrong, it seems as though when a story gets killed preemptively like this, it is almost universally a story that negatively affects one side of the political aisle.
I'm not ready yet.
There was that other thing that was brought up. Fuck, Herc will remember this because he brings it up a lot. There was another story that got killed for leaked information for similar reasons on Twitter that had to do with, I want to say it was an Antifa group that published a list of a bunch of police officers, like their addresses or something, or Herc and chat brothers. I don't remember what it was exactly. But I mean, like, that's an example. It wasn't just affecting right-leaning people for that Twitter hacked materials policy at least.
I'm not ready yet.
I can't remember the last time there was a story on the right that
Blue
was disinformation.
Blue Leaks is what it was called. Durka and YouTube.
Or misinformation, where
time.
social media stepped in and they went, we cannot have this. This cannot be distributed. We're going to all collude so that this information is not distributed. Maybe in response to the story being proved false, it gets taken down. But what made the Hunter Biden thing so amazing is that it wasn't really even in response to anything. It was like the story got posted. There were no actual doubts expressed as to the verified falsity of the story. It was just supposition that it had to be false, and everybody jumped in. So I think that confirmed a lot of the conspiracy theories people had about social media and how it works.
Yeah, so if the reason you want to slow down the viral spread of a thing is at all grounded in partisanship, that's a problem. Like, you should be very honest with yourself and ask yourself that question. Is it because I'm on the left or on the right that I want to slow this down? Versus, is it hate? Bipartisan hate speech, right? So it's really tricky. But I like you, I'm very uncomfortable in general with any kind of slowing down, with any kind of censorship. But if there is something like a conspiracy theory that spreads hate, that becomes viral, I still lean to let that conspiracy theory spread. because the alternative is dangerous, more dangerous.
It's sort of like the ring of power, right? Like everybody wants the ring because with the ring you can stop the bad guys from going forward. But it turns out that the ring gives you enormous power, and that power can be used in the wrong ways too.
You had the Daily Wire, which I'm a member of. It's
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I recommend everybody sign up to it. It should be part of your regular diet, whether you're on the left and the right, the far left or the far right. Everybody should be part of your regular diet. Okay, that said, do you worry about the audience capture aspect of it? Because it is a platform for conservatives, and you have a powerful voice on there. It might be difficult for you to go against the talking points or against the stream of ideas that is usually connected to conservative thought. Do you worry about that?
Well, I mean, the audience would obviously be upset with me and would have a right to be upset with me if I suddenly flipped all of my positions on a
Yeah, I'm
dime.
also on World
I have enough faith in my audience that I can say things that I think are true and that may disagree with the audience,
This dungeon's only
you know,
level
on
50,
a fairly regular basis, I would say. But they understand that on the deeper principle, we're on the same side of the, at least I hope that much, from the audience. It's also why we provide a number of different views on the platforms, many of which I disagree with, but are sort of within the generalized range of conservative thought.
Any more time?
You know, it's something I do have to think about every day, though. Yeah, I mean, you have to think about, like, am I saying this because I'm afraid of taking off my audience, or am I saying this because I actually believe this? And you know, that's a delicate dance a little bit. You have to be sort of honest with yourself.
Yeah, somebody like Sam Harris is pretty good at this, at fighting, at saying the most outrageous thing that he knows. He almost leans into it. He knows will piss off a lot of his audience. Sometimes you almost have to test the system.
I need more time.
It's like if you feel, you almost exaggerate your feelings just to make sure to send a signal to the audience that you're not captured by them. So speaking of people you disagree with,
Oh my god, he's gonna bring me.
I need more time.
Hold on, I'm gonna make some of my own stuff. Give me a minute. Take a break. Get a drink. Alright. Loading back in.
Easy mode.
I need more time.
Okay, look. I did my tier 2 material science. Oh my god. We're gonna unlock space trains! Yeah! Then we're gonna fucking smack that Benjamin. We're gonna smack it, boys.
what is your favorite thing about Candace Owens, and what is one thing you disagree with?
Oh, yeah.
Well, my favorite thing about Candace is that she will say things that nobody else will say.
Pretty chill right now.
My least favorite thing about Candace is that she will say things that nobody else will say. Yeah. I mean, listen, she says things that are audacious and I think need to be said sometimes. Sometimes I think that she is morally wrong. I think the way she responded to Kanye, I've said this clearly, was dead wrong and morally wrong.
What was her response?
Her original response was that she proffered confusion of what Ye was actually talking about. And then she, was defending her friend. I wish that the way that she had responded was by saying, he's my friend, and also he said something bad and anti-Semitic. I wish that she'd said that. So
Right away.
Feelings are hurt.
right away.
Yeah. I think you can also, this is the interesting human thing. You could
I
be
need more time.
friends with people that you disagree with, and you could be friends with people that actually say hateful stuff. And one of the ways to help alleviate hate is being friends with people that say hateful things.
Yeah, and then calling them out on a personal level when they do say wrong or hateful things.
Yeah, from a
right?
place of love and respect, and privately.
Privately is also a big thing, right? I mean, like the public demand for denunciation from friends to friends is
time to do that.
difficult, and I certainly have compassion for Candace given the fact that she's so close with you.
Yeah, it breaks my heart sometimes, the public fights between
Low
friends
energy.
and broken friendships. I've seen quite a few friendships publicly break over COVID. COVID made
need more
people
time.
behave their worst.
Using
in
pylon
many
substations?
cases, which,
Fuck no.
yeah, it breaks my heart a little bit. Because the human connection
Oh, this looks
is a
Maybe I
prerequisite
should.
for effective debate and discussion and battles over ideas.
I'm not ready yet.
Has there been any argument from the opposite political aisle that has made you change your mind about something? Like if you look back.
So, I will say that thinking it through because I think that my views probably on foreign policy have morphed somewhat.
Oh.
I would say that I was much more interventionist when I was younger. I'm significantly less interventionist now. I'd
Can
probably
you give
put
an
myself.
example?
Sure. I was a big backer of the Iraq War. I think now, in retrospect, I might not be a backer of the Iraq War if the same situation arose again. Based on the amount of evidence that had been presented, or based on the sort of willingness of the American public to go it.
Hot take. Even retrospectively, I think the line about WMD was kind of cringe, although I think we did end up finding some shit. The Iraq War is nowhere near as bad as people say it was. The bad thing was the Iraqi occupation. That's what was fucked. That was completely fucked. If we would have handled the transition of power afterwards in a better, more responsible way, I don't think we'd look as harshly on the Iraqi war.
Right? If you're going to get involved in a war, you have to know what the endpoint looks like, and you have to know what the American people really are willing to bear. The American people are not willing to bear open-ended occupations. And so knowing that, you have to consider that going in. So on foreign policy, I've become a lot more of a, say, almost Henry Kissinger realist in some ways. When it comes to social policy, I would say that I'm fairly strong where I was. I may have become slightly convinced actually by more the conservative side of the aisle on things like drug legalization. I think when I was younger, I was much more pro-drug legalization than I am now, at least on the local level. On a federal level, I think the federal government can't really do much other than close the borders with regard to fentanyl trafficking, for example. But when it comes to how drugs ruin local communities, you can see how drugs ruin local communities pretty easily.
Which is weird because I saw you smoke a joint right before this conversation.
It's my biggest thing. I mean, I try to keep that secret.
All right. Well, that's interesting about intervention. Can you comment about the war in Ukraine? So for me, that's a deeply personal thing. But I think you're able to look at it from a geopolitics perspective. What is the role of the United States in this conflict, before the conflict, during the conflict, and right now in helping achieve peace?
I think before the conflict, the big problem is that the West took almost the worst possible view, which was encourage Ukraine to keep trying to join NATO and the EU, but don't let them in. And so what that does is it achieves the purpose of getting Russia really, really, really ticked off and feeling threatened, but also does not give any of the protections of NATO or the EU to...
Why doesn't anybody talk about Euromaidan or the revolution? This was like the trigger point. This is what happened. It was Euromaidan. It was the revolution. It was the ousting of Yanukovych. That's what made them invade. That's what happened. That's what caused them to invade. That's where the invasion came from in 2014. It wasn't NATO. It wasn't EU. Like, I don't understand how nobody... Like, it's like, oh my god, they must have invaded because of, like, not this huge, massive event that precipitated the event immediately beforehand, but because of NATO.
to Ukraine. I mean, Zelensky is on film when he was a comedy actor making that exact joke, right? Like, he has Merkel on the other line, and she's like, oh, welcome to NATO. And he's like, great. She's like, wait, is this Ukraine on the line? And oops. But so, that sort of policy is sort of nonsensical. If you're going to offer alliance to somebody, offer alliance to them. And if you're going to guarantee their security...
Why did they wait so long then? Ideas have been floated, but Ukraine, again, was an insanely fucking corrupt country. I don't think anybody wanted them in NATO yet. I think there was a promise of, like, a path there, but they needed to do a lot of work to get to the point to where they could join, right? That country, Ukraine, was not ready to be a NATO... I don't even know if today they're ready to be a NATO member. The country just had a lot of work that it needed, and there's no way they would have passed a vote for getting through that process.
Security, guarantee their security. And the West failed signally to do that. So that was...
No, I mean, why did Russia wait so long? Oh, yeah, true, yeah. Because they they didn't... It had nothing to do with NATO and had to do with Yanukovych and everything.
Stakes in the run-up to the war. Once the war began, then the responsibility of the West became to give Ukraine as much material as is necessary to repel the invasion. And the West did really well with that. I think we were late on the ball in the United States. It seemed like Europe led the way a little bit more than the United States did there.
Ben's been probably following politics closer than I have been over the past year. But that can't possibly be true, can it? I thought that there were multiple countries that were reticent to help, and that Biden was the one that pushed people along the way to be like, hey, yeah, we are going to help, We are going to do things. In the beginning, that's kind of true. Is it? I thought that there was hesitancy from... Fuck, what was it? Was it from Poland and France? Or Poland, France, and Germany? I thought we had to do a lot of convincing about the people to get them on the same page. It was Trudeau that brought NATO together. Shut the fuck up. Also, the intelligence sharing that the United States did in the beginning as well was also a pretty big deal.
I'm low on energy.
It wasn't Poland, it was just Germany and France. Okay, it was just Germany and France. Okay, gotcha. Agreed.
Too many fucking enemies.
But in terms of
dumb shit,
effectuating
man. Holy
American
fuck.
interests in the
I thought the reason why I'm saying why I always go back to Poland is I thought wasn't there an issue where were we trying to transfer planes through Poland, or we were trying to send planes to Poland or something, and Poland said no, or something was stopping the process, or was it other countries that were stopping the process and that happened? Was it Germany and France saying we can't do that? I'm trying to remember what I feel like I remember a story for that or something that.
Fucking dumb, like so many fucking enemies in there. How the
We were
fuck
trying to
can
send
I
walks to Poland.
contend with that? Just
think
the
Germany
sheer
was stopping
number
it.
of enemies.
The USA stopped that. Poland wanted to. Poland said yes. US said no. Oh Jesus. Okay. I need to go back and look this up at some point. Ooh. Okay.
region, which, being an American, is what I'm chiefly concerned about. You know, the American interests were...
Wait, hold on. Does Poland have an air force at all? I feel like I haven't heard anything about Polish planes ever. Do they have planes? U.S. rejects Poland's offers to give it Russian-made fighter jets for Ukraine. Yes, F-16s. F-16's an old Russian shit. MiG-29s. All armies have planes.
I need
Is
more
this what
time.
you're talking about? Look, this is me just scrolling up, by the way, and it's fucking glitching so hard. Around it.
severalfold. One is preserve borders. Two is degrade the Russian aggressive military, because Russia's military has been aggressive, and they are a geopolitical rival of the United States. Three, recalibrate the European balance with China. Europe was sort of balancing with Russia and China, and then because of the war, they sort of rebalanced away from China and Russia, which is a real geostrategic opportunity for the United States. It seemed like most of those goals have already been achieved at this point for the United States. And so then the question becomes, what's the off-ramp here? And what is the thing you're trying to prevent? So what's the best opportunity? What's the best case scenario? What's the worst case scenario? And then what's realistic? So best case scenario is Ukraine forces Russia entirely out of Ukraine, including Luhansk, Donetsk, and Crimea, right? That's the best case scenario. Virtually no one thinks that's accomplishable, including the United States, right? The White House has basically said as much. It's difficult to imagine, particularly Crimea, the Russians being forced out of Crimea. The Ukrainians have been successful in pushing the Russians out of certain parts of Luhansk and Donetsk, but the idea they're going to be able to push the entire Russian army completely back to the Russian borders, that would be, at best, a very, very long and difficult slog. In the middle of a collapsing Ukrainian economy, which is a point that Zelensky has made. It's like, it's not enough for you guys to give us military aid. We're in the middle of a war. We're going to need economic aid as well. So it's a pretty open-ended and strong commitment.
Can I take a small tangent on that? And
Sure.
the best case scenario, if that does militarily happen, including Crimea, do you think there's a world in which Vladimir Putin would be able to convince the Russian people that this was a good conclusion to the war?
Right, so the problem is that the best case scenario might also be the worst case scenario,
I'm not
meaning
ready yet.
that there are a couple of scenarios that are sort of the worst case scenario, and this is sort of the puzzlement of the situation. One is that Putin feels so boxed in, so unable to go back to his own people and say, we just wasted tens of thousands of lives here for no reason, that he unleashes a tactical attack. tactical nuclear weapon on the battlefield.
2,000.
Nobody knows what happens after that. So we put NATO planes in the air to take out Russian assets. Do Russians start shooting down planes? Does Russia then threaten to escalate even further by attacking an actual NATO civilian center or even a Ukrainian civilian center with nuclear weapons? Like, where it goes from there, nobody knows, because nuclear weapons haven't been used since 1945. So that's, that is a worst case scenario. It's an unpredictable scenario that could evolve into really, really significant problems. The other worst case scenario, could be a best case scenario, could be a worst, we just don't know, is Putin falls. What happens after that? Who takes over for Putin?
I need more time.
Is that person more moderate than Putin? Is that person a liberalizer? It probably won't be Navalny. If he's going to be ousted, it'll probably somebody who's a top member of
Navalny
brass
still in
right
prison?
now and has capacity to control the military. Or it's possible the entire regime breaks down, and what you end up with is Syria and Russia, right? Where you just have an entirely out of control region with no centralizing power, which is also a disaster area. And so, in the nature of risk mitigation, in sort of an attempt at risk mitigation, what actually should be happening right now is some off-ramp has to be offered to Putin. The off-ramp likely is going to be him maintaining Crimea and parts of Luhansk and Donetsk. It's probably going to be a commitment by Ukraine not to join NATO formally, but a guarantee by the West to defend Ukraine in case of an invasion of its borders again by Russia, like an actual treaty obligation, not like the BS treaty obligation when Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in the 90s. And that is likely how this is going to have to go. The problem is that requires political courage, not from Zelensky. It requires courage from probably Biden. Because Zelensky's not in a political position where he can go back to his own people who have made unbelievable sacrifices on behalf of their nation and freedom and say to them, guys, now I'm calling it quits. We're going to have to give them Luhansk and give Putin an offer. I don't think that's an acceptable answer to most Ukrainians at this point in time from the polling data and from the available data we have on the ground. It's going to actually take Biden biting the bullet and being the bad guy and saying to Zelensky, listen, we've made a commitment of material aid. We're offering you all these things, including essentially a defense pact. We're offering you all this stuff, but if you don't come to the table, then we're going to have to start weaning you off. Like, there will have to be a stick there. It can't just be a carrot. And so that will allow Zelensky, if Biden were to do that, it would allow Zelensky to blame Biden for the solution everybody knows has to happen. Zelensky can go back to his own people and he can say, listen, this is the way it has to go. Like, I don't want it to go this way, but it's not I'm signing other people's checks, right? I mean, like, this is,
I need more time.
It's not my money. And Biden would take the hit because he wouldn't then be able to blame Ukraine for whatever happens next, which has been the easy road off, I think, for a lot of politicians in the West, is for them to just say, well, this is up to the Ukrainians to decide. It's up to the Ukrainians to decide. Well, is it totally up to the Ukrainians to decide? Because it seems like the West is signing an awful lot of checks and all of Europe is going to freeze this winter. So
This is the importance of great leadership, by the way. That's why the people we elect is very important.
Yeah.
Do you think there's power to just one-on-one conversation where Biden sits down with Zelensky and Biden sits down with Putin almost in person? Because or maybe I'm romanticizing the notion, but having done these podcasts in person, I think there's something fundamentally different than through a remote call and also like a distant kind of recorded political type speak versus like man to man.
So I'm deeply afraid that Putin outplays people in the one-on-one scenarios because he's done it to multiple presidents already. He gets in one-on-one scenarios with Bush, with Obama, with Trump, with Biden, and he seems to be a very canny operator and a very sort of hard-nosed operator in those.
Did Putin outplay Obama? In what regard? I'm trying to think, Nate. You could say Syria, but like the United States didn't have a formal commitment to Syria.
I need more time.
Crimea. I mean, what could we have ever done about Crimea? I'm not sure. Didn't we sanction them after Crimea? Like, what more can we do, right?
My bags are full.
My bags are full.
Did he outplay Bush? Bush fell for his bullshit? Wasn't the United States working like really closely with Russia post 9/11? Did he really outplay Bush? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check.
3.5%
Situations. I think that if you were going to do something like that, like an actual political face-to-face summit, what you would need is for Biden to first have a conversation with Zelensky, where Zelensky knows what's going on, so he's aware.
That's interesting.
And then Biden walks in and he says to Putin, on camera, here's the offer, let's get it together, let's make peace, you get to keep this stuff, and then let Putin respond how Putin is going to respond. But you know, the big problem for Putin, I think, and the problem with public-facing fora, maybe it's a private meeting. If it's a private meeting, maybe that's the best thing. If it's a public-facing forum, I think it's a problem because Putin's afraid of being humiliated at this point. If it's a private meeting, then sure, except that, again, I wonder whether, when it comes to a person as canny as Putin, and to a politician that I really don't think is a particularly sophisticated player in Joe Biden. And again, this is not unique to Biden. I think that most of our presidents for the last 30, 40 years have not been particularly sophisticated players. I think that's a risky scenario.
Yeah, I still believe in the power of that, because otherwise, I don't know. I don't think stuff on paper and political speak will solve these kinds of problems. Because from Zelensky's perspective, nothing but complete victory will do.
Right.
Because as a nation, his people sacrificed way too much, and they're all in. And if you look at, because I traveled to Ukraine, I spent time there, I'll be going back there, hopefully also going back to Russia. Just speaking to Ukrainians, they're all in. They're all in.
Yeah.
Nothing but complete victory.
Yep, that's right.
And so for that, the only way to achieve peace is through like honest human-to-human conversation, giving both people a way to off-ramp, to walk away victorious. And some of that requires speaking honestly as a human being, but also for America to, actually not even America, honestly, just the president be able to eat their own ego a bit and be the punching bag a little, just enough for both presidents to be able to walk away and say, listen, we got the American president to come to us. And I think that makes the president look strong, not weak.
I mean, I agree with you. I think it would also require some people on the right, people like me, if it's Joe Biden, to say, if Biden does that, I see what he's doing and it's the right move. And I think one of the things that he's afraid of, to steel man him, I think one of the things he's afraid of is he goes and he makes that sort of deal, and the right says, you just cowered in front of Russia, you just gave away Ukraine, whatever it is. But you know, it's going to require some people on the right to say that move is the right move, and then hold by it if Biden actually performs that move.
You're exceptionally good at debate.
Is he though? Wait, what is this? I didn't realize at first that was Milo. I thought this was just some random. Melina was like, "Who's the guy?" Kanye was like, "I don't know, some probably random yay dick writer." I didn't know that this was actually Milo.
Basically screaming at me at the table, telling me I was going to lose. I mean, has that ever worked for anyone in history?
Is he on drugs? Like, what's going on here?
Trump started basically screaming at me at the table, telling me I was going to lose. I mean, has that ever worked for anyone in history?
I guess Sneeko would know he was there, huh? Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, was asking me for advice concerning some of his difficulties, in particular having to do his business. We also discussed to a lesser extent politics, where I told him he should definitely not run for president. Any voters you may have should vote for Trump. Anyway, we got along great. He expressed no anti-Semitism, and I appreciated all of the nice things he said about me on Tucker Carlson. Why wouldn't I agree to meet? Also, I didn't know Nick Fuentes. Oh no. Oh no. What is this horrible fucking quality? Fuck, where? I'm not gonna be able to fucking find it. Where's the scene where Mikami is at the door and Light's like, I don't even know that man, and then he kills himself. Fuck! Well, rip.
I need more time.
Okay.
You wrote How to Debate Leftists and Destroy Them. You're kind of known for this kind of stuff, just exceptionally skilled at conversation, at debate, at getting to the facts of the matter and using logic to get to the conclusion in the debate. Do you ever worry that this power, talk about the ring, This power you were given has
Wait, that's corrupted. Wait. Big scam that a bunch of YouTubers promoted.
If you've watched a video from Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, some ordinary gamers, or the ordering in the past year, you've probably seen a spawn.
Okay, we'll check this out.
corrupted
Do you feel that?
you.
Mephisto's touch is heavy here. All that hatred. It's just what we need to attune the Soul Stone, to make it ready for Lilith. I'm too old to climb, but you can get in and open the portcullis.
Yeah. Certainly can. Where are we?
The fitful resting place of a Zakarum leader pursued by Mephisto. A group of holy paladins built the keep and entombed the body within. Looks abandoned now, though.
Taisa said Hawazar isn't part of Sanctuary.
Did she? She could be right. Even the air feels laden with an otherworldly sort of magic.
Interesting. Okay. So I need to come in, what, like over here or something? What the fuck?
I'm not
Yeah,
ready
look
yet.
at them running around with the Crusader shields.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
You and your ability to see what's like to pursue the truth versus just winning debates.
I hope not. I mean, so I think one of the things that's kind of funny about the branding versus the reality is that most of the things that get characterized as destroying in debates with facts and logic, most of those things are basically me having a conversation with somebody on a college campus. It actually isn't like a formal debate where we sit there and we critique each other's positions, or it's not me insulting anybody a lot.
Why does he look like that? He always looks so serious. I'm sorry.
I'm not ready yet.
Also, you guys make fun of me for the shit that I wear. Where are you guys critiquing fucking Ye's fit? If I wore shit like this, you guys would fucking roast the fuck out of me. Fuck you guys. Look at this shit. Fuck you. Fucking hazmat suit wearing rust boots. He's mentally ill? Okay, and? You don't think I could be?
A lot of the clips that have gone very viral is me making an argument and then there not being like an amazing counter argument. Many of the debates that I've held have been extremely cordial. Let's take the latest example. Like about a year ago, I debated Anna Kasparian from Young Turks. It was very cordial. It was very nice, right? You know, that's sort of the way that I like to debate. My rule when it comes to debate and or discussion is that my opponent actually gets to pick the mode in which we work. So
Only 4 dungeons to go, and then I'll have every skill point in the game. Oh, and then yeah, I don't know. I want to beat the campaign so that when I make my next character, well, I want to play a druid next. But when I go to start the druid, I want to have certain powers unlocked from dungeons that I can just slap onto a druid to give him like a simple build right off the bat. I know, at least from when I played the open beta when they first released the druid, I ended up in that period playing what I call my off-brand barbarian druid, which is a melee focused auto basic attack with storm strike and then just cooldowns, because I can't stand the fucking spirit bullshit with the druid. It's retarded. They're like, them and the barbarian both, they should not have the bullshit with their resources that they have. Plain and fucking simple, okay? They should have regeneration just like every fucking other class. Because otherwise the druid is just so goddamn slow, man. So I literally opted out of just using spirit at all. Just completely no spirit. Said fuck it. And then of course there's, you know, this power. Which one is it? No. This power, Edge Masters, right? Deal increased damage based on your available primary resource when cast. So when you have powers, even Storm Strike, the Poison Creeper, Hurricane, any of your cooldowns on the Druid, they would all do extra damage because of this legendary power, for instance, right? I don't know, I still have it, I think, saved on my desktop. I just took a bunch of pictures of which pieces of gear I was wearing for the legendary powers. Yeah, I still have them all here. Runic Gloves of the Stampede. Gain 1 additional companion. In addition, your companion's skills deal blah 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 damage. Because I was using wolves too. Rune Worker's Conduit. Critical strikes with storm skills charge the air around you for 1.1 seconds, causing a lightning strike. Da 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 da. And it can be extended by additional critical strikes. Edge Masters, of course. Protector for the barrier. Ghostwalker Ghostwalker's boots. While unstoppable and for 2 seconds after you gain 16% increased movement speed and can move freely through enemies. You get lots of unstoppable, right? As a druid, as a birth and bulwark. My weapon had basic skills, gained 58% attack speed because it was a two-handed axe that I was wielding. What else? What are the powers? Conceited Choker, deal 47% increased damage while you have a barrier active, which is basically all the time. My pants was the Cyclone power, Cyclonic Force. Cyclone Armor also provides physical damage reduction. In addition, Cyclone Armor will also be applied to all nearby allies, so that includes your pets. And then the helm was Mending Stone. The duration of Earth and Bulwark is increased by 6 seconds. In addition, killing an enemy with Earth skills replenishes 29 of your active Earth and Bulwark's barrier. And then the skills I had. See, of course, Storm Strike, Earth and Bulwark, Cyclone Armor. All 3 of the pets. I would probably replace wolves and ravens with like Grizzly Rage and something else. Is that all I had for that? Pets. Yeah, because of the... Yeah, I would probably replace the, replace some shit in that now, since I have access to more powers, etc., than what's on there, or what I had during the beta, but... That's alright. A-okay. Okay. 1 a.m. total stream time, just about 2 hours here. I think my last one was what, 3 or 4 hours, 2.5 hours. Let me see. Two and a half hours. So streaming for just about 4.5 hours total. That's alright. I'm gonna keep going. But I wanna go for a smoke first. So I'll be right back.
if it's going to be a debate of ideas and we're just going to discuss and
Come back.
critique and clarify, then we can do that. If somebody comes loaded for bear, then I will respond in kind. Because one of
You're
the
finally
big
back.
problems, I think, in
Hurry.
sort of the
Everything here makes my skin crawl.
debate/discussion sphere is very often misdiagnosis of what exactly is going on. People who think that a discussion is debate and vice versa. And that can be a real problem. And there.
Damn it.
Do you hear that? How strange. Are there wolves in Hawazar?
I didn't hear no wolves. I don't know.
It
if
feels
Dolan-
worse
yeah,
here somehow. This must be the place.
You're gonna keep talking? I'll just. Sakaroon.
I haven't fought much since I was a young man. I've lost the grit for it.
Black Tomb of Sankakur. Look at that freaking. That's a massive freaking tomb, man. Sarcophagus, whatever. Coffin.
Whatever else is here, hatred persists. Strong enough to attune the Soul Stone. Creation dan tenis beri dis tom hiklimon. Damn it! What's wrong with it?
Try again.
Come on. Come on. You old fool. What's wrong with it? Why won't... Oh no. This is worse than I thought. It must have been damaged when you're in... Astaroth.
Do you know how to repair it?
We'll need rare materials. Quicksilver to start. And tools. Alchemical tools. There's a village near here. We'll see if they have what we need. Meet me there when you can.
Oh, yes. Okay. Beyond. Yeah, I'm gonna go do all these other dungeons first.
There are people who will, you know,
You dress like a schizo. Kanye pays a lot to dress like a schizo. That's the difference. Days.
treat what ought to be a discussion as, for example, an exercise in performance art. And so what that is mugging or trolling or saying trolly things in order to just get to the, like, that's something I actually don't do during debate. I mean, if you actually watch me talk to people, I don't actually do the trolling thing. The trolling thing is almost solely relegated to Twitter and me making jokes on my show. When it comes to actually debating people, that sounds actually a lot like what we're doing right now. It's just the person maybe taking just an obverse position to mine. And so that's fine. Usually half of the debate or discussion is me just asking for clarification of terms. Like, what exactly do you mean by this? So I can drill down on where the actual disagreement may lie. Because some of the time people think they're disagreeing and they're actually not disagreeing. Like when I'm talking with Anna Kasparian and she's talking about how corporate and government have too much power together. I'm like, well, you sound like a Tea Party. Like, you and I are on the same page about that. That sort of stuff does tend to happen a lot in discussion. I think that when discussion gets termed debate, it's a problem. When debate gets termed discussion, it's even more problematic because debate is a different thing.
And I find that your debate and your conversation is often in good faith. You're able to steel man the other side. You're actually listening. You're considering the other side. The times when I see that Ben Shapiro destroys leftists, it's usually just like you said. The other side is doing the trolling, because the people that do criticize you for that interaction is the people that usually get destroyed are like 20 years old, and they're usually not sophisticated in any kind of degree in terms of being able to use logic and reason and facts and so on.
And that's totally fine, by the way. I mean, if people want to criticize me for speaking on college campuses where a lot of political conversation happens, both right and left, that's fine. I mean, I've had lots of conversations with people on the other side of the aisle, too. I mean, right, I've done podcasts with Sam Harris, and we've talked about atheism, or I've done debates with Anna Kasparian, or I've done a debate with Cenk Uygur, or I've had conversations with lots of people on the other side of the aisle. In fact, I believe I'm the only person on the right who recommends that people listen to shows on the other side of the aisle, right? I mean, I say on my show on a fairly regular basis that people should listen to Positive America. Now, no one on Positive America will ever say that somebody should listen to my show. That is verboten. That is not something that can be had. It's one of the strangenesses of our politics. It's what I've called the happy birthday problem, which is I have a lot of friends who are of the left and are publicly of the left. And on my birthday, they'll send you a text message, happy birthday, but they will never tweet happy birthday, lest they be acknowledging that you were born of woman, and that this can't be allowed. So on the Sunday special, I've had a bevy of people who are on the other side of the aisle, a lot of them. They're ranging from people in Hollywood like Jason Blum, to Larry Wilmore, to Sam, to just a lot of people on the left. I think we're in the near future probably going to do a Sunday special with Ro Khanna up in California, the California congressperson. Very nice guy. I had him on the show. I like that kind of stuff is fun and interesting. I think that the easy way out for a clip that people don't like is to either immediately clip the clip. It's like a 2-minute clip and clip it down to 15 seconds where somebody insults me and then that goes viral, which is, welcome to the internet. Or to say, well, you're only debating colleges. You're only talking to 20. I talk to a lot more people than that. That's just not the stuff you're watching.
You lost your cool in an interview with BBC's Andrew Neil, and you were really honest about it after, which was kind of refreshing and enjoyable. As the internet said, they've never seen anyone lose an interview. So
I'm not ready yet.
To me, honestly, it was like seeing like Floyd Mayweather Jr. or somebody like knocked down. What was it? Can you take me through that experience?
Here's that day. That day is I have a book release, didn't get a lot of sleep the night before, and this is the last interview of the day. And it's an interview with BBC. I don't know anything about BBC. I don't watch BBC. I don't know any of the hosts. So we get on the interview, and it's supposed to be about the book. And the host, Andrew Neil, doesn't ask virtually a single question about the book. He just starts reading me bad old tweets, which I hate. I mean, it's annoying and it's stupid and it's the worst form of interview.
Yeah.
When somebody just reads you bad old tweets, especially when I've acknowledged bad old tweets before. And so I'm going through the list with him, and this interview was solidly 20 minutes. I mean, it was a long interview. And we get to, and I make a couple of particularly annoyed mistakes in the interview. So annoyed mistake number one is the ego play, right? So there's a point in the middle of the interview where I say, like, I don't even know who you are, which was true. I didn't know who he was, but it turns out he's a very famous person in Britain. And so you can't make that ego play.
But even if he's not famous, that's not...
It doesn't, right? It's a dumb thing to do, and it's an ass thing to do. So so saying that was more just kind of peak and silliness. So that was mistake.
I enjoyed
one.
watching that. It was like, oh, Glenn is human.
Yeah, glad somebody enjoyed it. So there's that, and then the other mistake was that I just don't watch enough British TV. So the way that interviews are done there are much more adversarial than American TV. In American TV, if somebody is adversarial with you, you assume that they're a member of the other side. That's typically how it is. And so
it's not so much that British people are more adversarial. It's just that if you're an American and you're miserable, you expect to feel good at some point. That's like the American story. But if you're British, you just always expect to be a miserable fuck. So when they talk to you, their default demeanor is just one of misery and condescension. It's not like an interview style. That's just the British way of life. You just gotta be used to talking to the Brits. They're gonna be jerks because they never expect things to improve.
I'm critiquing some of his questions at the beginning, and I thought that the critique of some of his questions is actually fair. He was asking me about abortion, and I thought he was asking it from a way of framing the question that wasn't accurate, and so I assumed that he was on the left, because again, I'd never heard of him. And so, you know, I mischaracterized him, and I apologized later for mischaracterizing him. We finally go through the interview. It's 20 minutes. He just keeps going with the bad old tweets, and finally I got up and I took off the microphone and I walked out. And immediately I knew it was a mistake. Like within 30 seconds at the end of the interview, I knew it was a mistake. And that's why even before the interview came out, I believe I corrected the record that Andrew Neil is not on the left. That's a mistake by me. And then, you know, took the hit for a bad interview. And so as far as, you know, what I wish I had done differently, I wish I had known who he was. I wish I had done my research. I wish that I had treated it as though there was a possibility that it was going to be more adversarial than it was. I think I was incautious about the interview because it was pitched as it's just another book interview, and it wasn't just another book interview. It was treated much more adversarially than that. So I wish that's on me. I got to research the people who are talking to me and watch their shows and learn about that. And then obviously, you know, the kind of gut level appeal to ego or arrogance like that, that's a bad look, and shouldn't have done that. And losing your cool is always a bad look.
So the fact that
you can even tell like the Bong are like horrible disposition just by the way they compliment and insult people. You ever notice that? If a British person ever says something is bad, that's how they say things are good. Please. And when they say things are good, it actually means they're bad. Like their whole perspective on life is fucked, right? Like if the tube's late, well that's just great, isn't it? Right? Well that's amazing. How awesome, how amazing, I don't know, they don't say words like that, right? But like they have their own little like clicky wicky jargon. But like, but anytime they say good things, right? They always have to use like, they always couch it in like the weirdest thing. Oh, well that ain't half bad. Or, you know, that's not the worst thing I've ever heard. Like they always do this weird shit. They're just always like, there's just something about bongers. There's like a different breed of person. Just everything about them is just,
sort of became somewhat viral and stood out. Just shows that it happens so rarely to you. So just to look at like the day in the life of Ben Shapiro, you speak a lot, very eloquently about difficult topics. What goes into the research, the mental part, and you always look pretty like energetic and like you're not exhausted by the burden, the heaviness of the topics you're covering day after day after day after day. So what goes through the preparation, mentally, diet-wise, anything like that? Like when do you wake up?
Okay, so I wake up when my kids wake me up. Usually that's my baby daughter, who's 2.5. We hear her on the monitor usually about 6:15, 6:20 a.m. So I get up. My wife sleeps in a little bit. I go get the baby. Then my son gets up. And then my oldest daughter gets up. I have 8, 6, and 2. The boys, the
cringiest, least masculine, most effeminate, most disgustingly weak fucking thing you can ever do is to be a father that thinks that they can't like get up and help their children or change a diaper or any of that shit. If you do that, you are the least manly man in the world. You're the most disgusting, worthless fuck ever. Major props to Ben that if his kid will get up or whatever, he gets up with his kid and he wakes him up and does all that shit. Nice job.
The middle child.
Is that both a source of stress and happiness?
Oh my God, it's the height of both, right? I mean, it's the source of the greatest happiness. So the way that I characterize it is this when it comes to sort of kids in life. So when you're single, your boundaries of happiness and unhappiness, it can be a 0 in terms of happiness, you can be like a 10 in terms of happiness. Then you get married and it goes up to like a 20 and a -20 because your happiest stuff is with your wife, and then the most unhappy stuff is when something happens to your spouse. It's the worst thing in the entire world. Then you have kids and all limits are removed. So the best things that have ever happened to me are things where I'm watching my kids and they're playing together and they're being wonderful and sweet and cute and I love them so much. And the worst things are when my son is screaming at me for no reason because he's being insane. And I have to deal with that, right? I mean, like, or something bad happens to my daughter at school or something like that. That stuff is really bad. So yes, the source of my greatest happiness, the source of my greatest stress. So they get me up at about 6:15 in the morning. I feed them breakfast. I'm kind of scrolling the news while I'm making them eggs, and you know, just updating myself on anything that may have happened overnight.
Out of energy.
I go into the office, put on the makeup and the wardrobe or whatever, and then I sit down and do the show. A lot of the prep is actually done the night before because the news cycle doesn't change all that much between kind of late at night and in the morning, so I can supplement in the morning. So I do the show.
So a lot of the preparation, like thinking through what are the big issues in the world, is done the night before.
Yeah, I mean, and that's reading, you know, pretty much all the legacy media. So I rip on legacy media a lot, but that's because a lot of what they do is really good and a lot of what they do is really bad. I cover a lot of legacy media. So that's probably covering, you know, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, Boston Globe, Daily Mail, and then I'll look over at some of the alternative media. I'll look at my own website, Daily Wire. I'll look at Breitbart. I'll look at The Blaze. I'll look at The Intercept. I'll look at a bunch of different sources, and then I will look at different clips online. So Mediaite comes in handy here. Grabian comes in handy here. That sort of stuff, because my show relies very heavily on being able to play people so you can hear them in their own words. And so that's sort of the media diet. So I sit down, I do the show, and then once I'm done with the show, I usually have between, now it's like 11:15 in the morning maybe, because sometimes I'll pre-record the show. So it's 11:15 in the morning. I'll go home, and if my wife's available, I'll grab lunch with her. If not, then I will go and work out. I try to work out like 5 times a week with a trainer.
Damn.
And then I will
Regular gym stuff? Just start at the gym?
Yeah, weights and biometrics and some CrossFit kind of stuff. And yeah, I mean, beneath this mild spirit lies a hulking monster.
Yeah.
And so
Training to be a
I'll
killer.
do that. Then I will.
Could you imagine like political boxing matches? Holy shit. Who would Ben fight against? Oh my god.
Do reading and writing. So I'm usually working on a book at any given time. Or
You shut off the rest of the world?
Yes. So I put some music in my ears, usually Brahms or Bach, sometimes Beethoven or Mozart. It's those four. It's usually those are on rotation.
No rap?
No rap. No rap. Despite my extraordinary rendition of WAP, I am not in fact a rap fan.
Do you still hate WAP? The song?
It's. I will say I do not think that it is the peak of Western civilized art.
Okay.
I don't think that 100 years from now people will be gluing their faces to a WAP and protest at the environment.
But Brahms and the rest will be still around.
Yes. I would assume if people still have a functioning prefrontal cortex and any sort of taste.
Strong words from Ben Shapiro. All right, so you got some classical music in your ears and you're focusing. Are you at the computer when you're writing?
Yeah, I'm at the computer. Usually we have a kind of a room that has some sun coming in, so it's nice in there. Or I'll go up to a library that we just completed for me. So I'll go up there and I'll write and
like
read.
with physical books?
Yeah, I love physical books. And because I keep Sabbath, I don't use Kindle because when
he's one of those people that on the Sabbath you don't even use electronic devices or whatever that Dan was talking about.
What's it like?
reading a book and I hit Sabbath, I have to
No,
turn
there's anything wrong with that. That's interesting to me.
Come back
off the Kindle.
whenever you
So
like.
that means that I have tons and tons and tons of physical books. When we moved from Los Angeles to Florida, I had about 7,000 volumes. I had to discard probably 4,000 of them.
Jesus.
And then I've built that back up now, so I'm probably gonna have to go through another round where I put them somewhere else. I tend to tab books rather than highlighting them because I can't highlight on Sabbath. So I have like the little sticker.
You can't even use a highlighter? Really?
And I put them
that seems a
in the
little
book.
silly.
So a typical book from me, you can see it on the book club, will be like filled with tabs on the side, things that I want to take. Now, actually, I got a person who I pay to go through and write.
It's writing? You can't do any work? Yeah, but you understand it seems a little silly that like you could create tabs in a book, but you can't write. That's a little funny, right? Like you're still reading and researching, putting tabs in, but you can't write something. That's just kind of a funny thing.
Down in files the quotes that I like from the book, so I have those handy. So which is a good way for me to remember what it is that I've read, because I read probably somewhere between 3 and 5 books a week, and then in a good week 5, and then I write, I read, and
You're
then
in my
I
garage.
go pick up my kids from school at 3:30. So according to my kids, I have no job. I'm there in the mornings until they leave for school. I pick them up from school. I hang out with them until they go to bed, which is usually 7:30 or so. So I'm helping them with their homework, and I'm playing with them, and I'm taking them on rides in the brand new Tesla, which my son is obsessed with. And then I put them to bed, and then I sit back down. I prep for the next day, go through all those media sources I was talking about, compile kind of a schedule for what I want the show to look like, and run a show. It's very detail oriented. Nobody writes anything for me. I write all my own stuff. So every word that comes out of my mouth is my fault. And then, hopefully I have a couple hours or an hour to hang out with my wife before we go to bed.
The words you write, do you edit a lot, or does it just come out? You're thinking like, what are the key ideas I want to express?
No, I don't tend to edit a lot. So I thank God, I'm able to write extraordinarily quickly. So I write very, very fast. In fact, in a previous life, I was.
You also speak fast, so it's similar.
Yeah, exactly. And I speak in paragraphs, so it's exactly the same thing. In a previous life, I was a ghostwriter, so I used to be sort of known as a turnaround specialist in the publishing industry. There'd be somebody who came to the publisher and says, I have 3 weeks and to get this book done, I don't have a word done. And they would call me up and be like, this person needs a book written. And so in 3 weeks, I'd knock out 60,000 words or so.
Is there something you can say to the process that you follow to think? Like how you think about ideas, like stuff is going on in the world and trying to understand what is happening. What are the explanations? What are the forces behind?
Destiny, this guy sounds way better at budgeting his time. Honestly, it sounds like a lot of Shapiro's success comes down to budgeting his time and being disciplined with that scheduling. He seems like he is exceptional at that.
Behind this, do you have a process, or just you wait for the muse to?
I feel like I should be reading 12 rules for life from fucking Shapiro and not shit Peterson. Jesus, I should be nice. Actually, every self-help thing I've ever read by Peterson seems to be like pretty on point. To be fair, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't shut on his self-help stuff.
Give you the interpretation.
Well, I mean, I think that I don't think it's a formal process, but because I read. So there's two ways to do it. One is sometimes
there's only 24 hours in a day. In some ways there's only 24 hours, but in other ways there's like hundreds of hours in a day. This is a piece of advice I would give.
I'm not ready yet.
There is a lot of time in the day to do stuff if you schedule it. I don't have the discipline to do this. I need to do this. I just need to do it. I think that if you want to dramatically improve your self-improvement capabilities, I think you should remove Reddit and you should remove Instagram from your phone. Or not Instagram, I'm sorry, Reddit and TikTok. I think you should remove from your phone. Or, this is something I've tried to implement. This is something I'm trying to do more. Set aside 30 minutes in a day to check Reddit, but just do it once. We have a tendency to like look and look and look and look and look. And something I've tried to do over the day is like, okay, I'm just gonna watch my phone like one time during the day, because it's not like you're missing a lot of shit throughout the day. You're not missing a ton of stuff, right? Like if I check Reddit once per night, if I check Reddit for 6 hours a day versus 30 minutes per day, if I check it 6 hours a day instead of 30 minutes, I'm getting like 5% more information, maybe, right? For like 8x the time, or 10x the time, or 12x the time. So limit how much you check stuff. That's like the first piece of advice I give. That's one thing. But another piece of advice is, oh my God, you have to have a partner that wants to regiment time like you. I might just be a weak-minded person, and maybe some of you can overcome this. I'm not. I'm being too humble. I'm a normal person, and you won't be able to overcome this either. You need to have a partner that's on the same page as you when it comes to scheduling time. Having partners that go to sleep and wake up different times than you, or are less whatever, in terms of like wanting to stretch time, I think you're always gonna revert to the mean or whatever the fuck your partner is doing. So it's probably important to have somebody that shares those values with you as well.
I need more time.
Because if you have somebody that views it a lot differently, you're just going to gravitate towards whatever they do. So surround yourself with people that have similar goals, ideas, objectives, especially when it comes to romantic partners. And yeah, and get rid of stuff that requires a lot of scrolling. Lots of scrolling and lots of reading over and over again. Not good. There's a lot of time in the...
There we go! My second butcher win. But the first one wasn't recorded, unfortunately. I wonder what that son of a bitch is going to be like on World Tier 3. Bye-bye, Butcher. What a mother... Ooh, that's a cool looking helm. When you have both bonuses from the Close Quarters Combat key passive active, your dodge chance increases by 2 from 1 to 5% whenever you're hit by a close enemy. Successfully dodging resets this bonus. Interesting. Let's see. Close quarters combat. Damaging a close enemy with a marksman or cutthroat skill. Well, with marksman or cutthroat skills, each grant a 10% attack speed bonus for 8 seconds. While both attack speed bonuses are active, you deal 20% increased damage against crowd-controlled enemies. Where's this? What's it do? 20% increased damage reduction, 30% increased energy regeneration, 15% increased movement speed. That's such a cool looking helm. So I think it's high transmog. Let's just see what it looks like. It's a really cool looking helm, man. God damn. I don't think Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's got intelligence, which is kind of nice, but I don't think it's like that dodge chance only up to 5%. Kind of, like, let's see, where's the? Here's offensive, defensive. I wish you could minimize this, like in Diablo 3, right? Like minimize the different tabs, so like offensive, core stats, like just minimize all this shit and then open it when you need to. Instead of having to scroll like this. Dodge chance, 7.4%. When you would receive direct damage, you have a chance to dodge it. Dodge attacks deal no damage. As the stat increases, additional bonuses become less effective. So yeah, there's a like ceiling to it or whatever. Or no, what's that? Diminishing returns. So even if that was 5%, that would only be like a 12.4% chance to dodge. I could see maybe if it was like a 25%. I don't know what the ceiling for this skill, like the soft caps, etc., for like the diminishing returns are. I imagine if somebody came in here with the orientation of like of thinking of things similar to what would you call it? Elden Ring or Dark Souls. Because in those games, people tend to actually look at, well, what are the breakpoints and stuff like that for skills. Alright. Oh, put my transmog back on, because that helmet's ugly. But when I get back to town, I'm probably going to use that new one, because that looks fucking cool. Alright. Did I pause it again?
My friend is a neuroscientist, and he basically had every 5 to 10 minutes of the day planned to cover his required studying materials. That sounds mentally ill. You don't have to schedule out every 5 to 10 minutes, but like having like hour blocks, like at least we understand what you're going to be doing. I think you should.
I've done scheduling like that before. It was hugely beneficial, but I wasn't disciplined enough to actually maintain it for, at least at the time. I didn't have the discipline to maintain it for, I think it was like a couple months I was able to do that, and I kind of became fatigued from it personally, like planning everything out like that. And I'm kind of similar to I have a similar issue kind of, I think, with sleeping, for instance. Sleep for me is, just like with anybody, is very, very important, but I normally have like a difficult time falling asleep. I have really hard times with waking up, but when that happens, it's because if I have to set an alarm, if I have to be up by a very specific time for something, I tend to not sleep as well. And even if I'm just like right now I'm not working or anything, and so, but even if I set an alarm specifically like on my phone to wake me up, like even 9 hours after I initially lay down, because it's going to take me half an hour to an hour to fall asleep or something, that kind of fucks me up, because I don't know what it is, but I wake up from sleep far more often, even if it's totally peaceful, etc. around me. Is I have the best sleeps, for instance, when I don't have an alarm, and I just sleep. Even if I don't sleep 8 hours, if I sleep only 6 hours, I still wake up feeling much better than if I had an alarm in a 6-hour period, etc. I don't know.
You should be going to sleep and waking up at about the same time every day. I think that's probably pretty important. You should be doing that. Yeah, and then just having like a general, and then schedule out stuff that's important, like gym time, practice with an instrument, do whatever. Like,
you know, sometimes the daily grind of the news is going to refer back to core principles that are broader and deeper. So I thank God, because I've read so much on so many different things of a lot of different point of views. Then if something breaks and a piece of news breaks, I can immediately sort of channel that into, in the mental Rolodex, these 3 big ideas that I think are really important, and then I can talk at length about what those ideas are, and I can explicate those. And so, you know, for example, when we were talking about Musk taking over Twitter before, and I immediately go to the history of media, right? That's me tying it into a broader theme.
Yeah.
On, you know, and I do that, I would say, fairly frequently. When we're talking about, say, subsidization of industry, and I can immediately tie that into, okay, what's the history of subsidization in the United States? going all the way back to Woodrow Wilson and forward through FDR's industrial policy, and how does that tie into sort of broader economic policy internationally. So it allows me to tie into bigger themes, because what I tend to read is mostly not news. What I tend to read is mostly books. I would say most of my media diet is actually me about what those ideas are, and I can explicate those. And so, of course, thank God, because I've read so much on so many different things of a lot of different point of views. Then if something breaks and a piece of news breaks, I can immediately sort of channel that into, in the mental Rolodex, these 3 big ideas that I think are really important, and then I can talk at length about what those ideas are, and I can explicate those. And so, you know, for example, when we were talking about Musk taking over Twitter before, and I immediately go to the history of media, right? That's me tying it into a broader theme.
Let's see, what do we got?
On, you know, and I do that.
Okay, 4 legendaries in here alone. Damn. Magic bubble, yes, okay. +1 rank is smoke grenade, 24 intelligence. Yeah. The ring, you have 8% increased dodge chance versus enemies affected by damage over time effects. When you dodge, you gain 8 of your primary resource. It's not that great. Even the stats on there are kind of meh. There's like no crit chance or anything. 8.5% energy cost. Like, I don't like that I'm losing imbuement ranks. That's why I've had this choker on forever. Cheats amulet. 30% though. That's because it's on the amulet. That it's that. What do I have it on? My pants? My boots? What is it? You take 30%. No, it's my helm. Yeah, it wouldn't be as much on here anyways. So. That's okay.
I would say fairly frequently.
That's something he's talking about here. So this is really important. This is kind of like when people, not to say I'm on Shapiro's level of intellectuality, but just knowing like a lot of stuff in general about a lot of things. I think the more information you pick up, the easier it becomes to know even more stuff, because in a way it all kind of rhymes with itself, or rhymes with other things. Like, you're gonna see a lot of similarities pop up between whether it's history, whether it's how different companies are ran, whether it's whatever. And the more things you learn, it makes it easier when you learn another thing to be like, oh, of course this makes sense because of that. Or of course this makes sense because of this thing. Or of course this is gonna happen because this happened. And he's kind of talking about that there. The more information you pick up about things, the easier it is to just learn a new thing and understand immediately. Like, oh yeah, of course this makes sense. I already know this thing. Of course this would be like that.
We're talking about say subsidization of industry, and I can immediately tie that into, okay, what's the history of subsidization in the United States, going all the way back to Woodrow Wilson and forward through FDR's industrial policy, and how does that tie into sort of broader economic policy internationally. So it allows me to tie into bigger themes, because what I tend to read is mostly not news. What I tend to read is mostly books.
There's also something, and it's strange because the strange thing here, not to shut him down, I feel like I don't usually hear Ben say anything too insightful. But I guess, like, absent that, there's something that I learned once, and my reading is incredibly limited. My reading is incredible. I should read more. But I think reading is really important, because a lot of stuff on the internet gets ultra recycled.
I'm not ready yet.
Typically anytime I read like a Wikipedia article, a news article on the internet, it's like, oh yeah, I've seen this before. Oh yeah, this makes sense. Oh yeah, blah, 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 blah. But usually when I start reading books, there's like a whole bunch of new information where it's like, oh, holy shit, like I had no idea about this thing, or I didn't know anything about this, because that information is just not regurgitated on the internet as much. I think that internet information tends to be a lot of recycled stuff. It shows up on Wikipedia, it ends up in news articles, it ends up in longer news articles that are also sourcing the other articles and Wikipedia and everything just kind of gets like repeated over and over again. Not that it's bad, not that it's wrong, but there's a lot of new or fresh information that can be found in books that just hasn't made its way onto the internet, or hasn't gotten it just hasn't gotten to the internet, so a lot of people aren't talking about a lot of those things. Books are,
I'm not ready yet.
Books are really good to read it.
I'd say most of my media diet is actually not the stuff, like that's the icing on the cake, but the actual cake is the hundreds of pages in history, econ, geography that I'm social science that I'm reading every week. And so that sort of stuff allows me to think more deeply.
I know what you mean. He doesn't say or reference much to the degree of deep, which is at odds with somebody who reads so much. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I'm trying to think if there's a person that I've heard. Joanne actually does this. The Australian girl, she might be one of the only people that I've heard do this. But Joanne will come on and she'll say, in feminism, this thing is like this. And the reason why is because XYZ author and XYZ book or paper said this particular thing about this, and here's a summary of this thing, and that's how it applies to that conversation. When I hear somebody do that, I'm like, oh, this is a well-read person that is integrated and assimilated and synthesized that information and is now applying it to the current conversation. That's like education 101. That's perfect. That's beautiful. You've read something, you've integrated it into your understanding of the world, or at the very least you understand it, even if you don't fully agree with it, and you can take in new information, look at it through the lens of that other thing that you've kind of like synthesized into your worldview, and now you can like spit out where it came from. That's I'm surprised that Ben Shapiro doesn't do that more. Like, I don't hear, and I'm not trying to shut on Ben, I never hear Ben Shapiro say something like, wow, okay, that's really interesting. That's a perspective I didn't consider. That's a historical thing that yeah, damn, I guess he is well read. I've never, his takes always, like, for instance, everything he said earlier about Ukraine, all of that was incredibly elementary, right? Stuff that I know everything he said about it. And I would consider my knowledge on the Ukrainian-Russian conflict, if 100% is the most you can know about something and 1% is the least you can know about something, I would say when it comes to Russian-Ukrainian history, I'm at like 5 to 10%. The average internet debater is at 0.5%. I'm at like 5 to 10% maybe for like the last 30 or 40 years. So if Ben is saying that he's read all these books, he's got all this information, he's never said anything. I've never heard him say something. I say, wow, that really blows my mind. I didn't know that thing at all. Holy shit. I've never even heard of that thing referenced. So that's just kind of, that's interesting, I guess, when he says that. I'm not sure, but. Destiny, the guy talking about CO2 dots literally did that and you dismissed him. I don't know what you mean by that, but okay.
That's
about
hilarious.
these things. So that's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is Russia breaks in the news. I don't know anything about Russia. I immediately go and I purchase 5 books about Russia and I read all of them. And so one of the unfortunate things about the fortunate thing for me and the unfortunate thing about the world is that the unfortunate thing about the world is if you read 2 books on a subject, you are now considered by the media an expert on the subject. So that's, sad and shallow, but that is the way that it is. The good news for me is that my job isn't to be a full expert on any of these subjects, and I don't claim to be, right? I'm not a Russia expert. I know enough on Russia to be able to understand when people talk about Russia, what the system looks like, how it works, and all of that, and then to explicate that for the common man, which a lot of people who are infused with the expertise can't really do. If you're so deep in the weeds that you're like a full-on academic expert on a thing, sometimes it's hard to translate that over to a mass audience, which is really my job.
Well, I think you can actually, it's funny, with the 2 books, you can actually get a pretty deep understanding if you read and also think deeply about it. It allows you to approach a thing from first principles. A lot of times, if you're a quote-unquote expert, you get carried away by the momentum of what the field has been thinking about, versus like stepping back. All right, what is really going on? The challenge is to pick the right 2 books.
Right. So that usually what I'll try to find is,
I feel like Destiny underestimates how hard it is to remember what normal people know about something you've spent your whole life studying. It's actually really rough. Is it? Maybe that is an area that I have a special brain for. Because I don't know, I feel like there are a few books that I've read that I've taken away like really key concepts from that I just never heard repeated like on the internet before. That was interesting. Like that, what was that? I read some book called Against the Backlash. What a boring 100-page book. But it was some guy that was writing about the issues that, Jesus, was it about Boston? I don't even remember the city, but it was basically, it talked a lot about the United States' difficulties in integrating civil rights into actual work structures in labor unions and stuff across, and just like the general political response to it. And I learned a lot of shit there that I'd never heard about before. I didn't know the concept of block breaking was prior to reading that book. I didn't know that labor unions had all these tricky ways of fighting against civil rights integration before. I didn't know that there was a general theme of the Civil Rights Act was one of the first times that the US federal government made huge pushes into interfering on local levels with how people rent stuff. Like, there's like a lot of concepts that I'd seen that I'd gotten, and that was a dry, boring as fuck book that I hated reading. But just reading like that book, there were like a couple of like pretty important things like, oh, I haven't heard of these things ever. They're just not repeated on the internet. Same thing with that lying about Hitler book too, where unions were super racist. Yeah, there was like a lot of tricks that unions had to get around a lot of civil rights stuff. So for instance, like in a lot of unions, Civil Rights Act, a lot of unions, you could only be promoted if you were a certain skin color. That was kind of how it worked. Civil Rights Act passed, that's not a lot anymore. So a lot of them were like, okay, cool. Well, you can only get promoted if you've had like, 2 years experience in this particular field, and that field is only worked on by white people, right? So like, even if you were a person of color and you were working in these fields, you're fucked because the labor union still has a way to lock you out. There's a lot of like really interesting information like that. Related to like how the federal government had to basically step in and fight against a lot of the labor unions because they had these very sneaky and tricky ways of keeping colored people out of like the particular jobs or higher class stuff that they wanted to work in.
That's fucked up. I'll be right back. All right, let's get back to this.
Which was interesting to me. That Lying About Hitler book was a really interesting book too. I'd never ever heard of. I didn't even hear of David Irving or the different ways that that whole trial in the UK against Lipstadt. Fuck, I don't remember her name, but the one that Irving was suing for saying that he was basically a Nazi apologist. And everything in that trial, all the different weird like historical revisionism that Irving did, all of the like bullshit sources he had, all of the ways that he would play fast and loose with history to make his arguments about how like, you know, the Nazis weren't as bad as they said they were, the Holocaust wasn't really even worse than Dresden, what was it called, the TB-48 document? Fuck, there were, oh no, fuck, I'm not gonna remember this. What was it called?
I need more time.
Fuck, now my... Oh, fuck. There was a lot of interesting information in the book, and that, like, and how it was funny. Oh, Deborah Lipstadt, yeah. It was funny because Irving was doing things that like kind of Wikipedia warriors do, where David Irving was known as being like this fearless guy who would go into the archives and dig through books and like source stuff that nobody had ever heard of before. But his source would be like, oh, I got that from this book, and he would just source like the whole book. And when you actually went and tried to dig up like what the fuck he was talking about, it was impossible to follow through his citations, you know? Which is could be a shady Wikipedia strategy. I just thought that was really interesting. But yeah, regardless, I'm just saying that like if you read books, there can be like novel information that you get from those books that just doesn't float around as much on the internet, which I think is interesting as valuable. I should read more, and you should read too. You know.
I don't know if I've seen one of those before.
I'm actually not sure if he has read as much as he said, because I feel like whenever I read a whole definitive book on a subject for a class or work, I have a shit ton of specific anecdotes that can instantly pull into a conversation. You aren't off base at all. Every one book, a topic should make you sound like a subject matter expert to any normal. Yeah, that's what I feel, right? Yeah. Yeah. Are you an audiobook believer? Yeah, I think audiobooks are fine. I don't know if I've ever read I think the only audiobooks I've listened to are fiction. No, actually, I did an audio class on, this is when I was driving to like one of the MLGs, I think, for StarCraft. But I did an audio class on econ. That's where I have a lot of like my really basic like micro macro. It was like an econ 101 college course or some shit by some famous econ dude. But I listened to I listened to that class. That was You can probably listen to audiobooks. It just depends on the type of material, I think. And then fiction is really easy to listen to audiobooks. Okay.
Somebody who knows the topic pretty well and have them recommend, or a couple people and have them recommend books. So a couple years ago, I knew nothing about Bitcoin. I was at a conference, and a couple of people who you've had on your show actually were there, and I asked them, give me your top 3 books on Bitcoin. And so then I went and I read like 9 books on Bitcoin. And so if you read 9 books on Bitcoin, you at least know enough to get by. Yeah. So I can actually...
Like, did he really read 9 books on Bitcoin? Or is he doing a REM here, where he's like, I've read like 5 books on this thing? He's like, have you actually? Or did you like skim a little bit of the intro? Has he really read 9 books on Bitcoin? Are there even 9 good books written on Bitcoin? I don't know. I kind of wonder.
I don't think it's necessarily about whether they're good books or not. I think maybe that's because again, calling something good or not, that's kind of subjective, right? I think it's just general knowledge about a thing. Because it's, like it could be a badly written book, but there might be some information in there that you wouldn't find elsewhere, which Destiny has already talked about, right? Like, so you glean from those books the tidbits that are distinct in each one. The book doesn't have to overall be good, per se. Because if your purpose, as Ben Shapiro was saying, is just building a knowledge base on a thing, it doesn't have to be a good book. I guess you'd have to be like good enough or disciplined enough to just kind of plow through it, get through the book, to get that information, and then be able to discern, well, what is useful information. That's where you would, I guess, take notes, or as Ben Shapiro says, he like puts like sticky notes or whatever it is on there to bookmark shit, essentially, in there. So yeah, it's kind of like the more you know, right? The more you know, well, yeah, the more you know. But the way you get that is by, you know, delving into a large mass of information, and then you also have to be good at focusing on what's different and maybe contradictory, and like, so that later when you're talking to somebody about these things, you can pull that information out.
Explain what Bitcoin is and why it works or why it doesn't work in some cases, and what's happening in the markets that way. So that's, you know, very, very helpful.
Well, with Putin as an example, that's a difficult one to find the right books on. I think the new Tsar is the one I read where it was the most objective.
One I read, I think, about Putin was one called Strongman. It was very highly critical of Putin, but it gave like a good background on him.
Yeah, so I'm very skeptical of sort of things that are very they're critical of Putin, because it feels like there's activism injected into the history. Like the way the rise and fall of the Third Reich is written about Hitler, I like, because there's almost not a criticism of Hitler, it's a description of Hitler, which is very, it's...
I think that's probably a really good, I'm going to keep that in mind. One of the things I'm going to do here is I'm going to start reading again more myself, whether it be through audiobooks or shit that I read on my computer or whatever, is the better things to read probably are things that aren't injected with a person's bias, whether they're right or wrong, because then it's just going to give you the information, right? As much as humanly possible anyways, an unbiased view of the information, and then you can read that yourself and critically think, hopefully discern for yourself what's truth, what's wrong, what's true, what's false, what's right and wrong, blah blah blah, etc. Right?
It's easier to do about a historical figure.
And the reason for that is simply that if you have somebody, especially if it's a topic that you've not really learned about before, that you know nothing or next to nothing about, then when you dive into the subject matter, if somebody is just feeding you the information, they're just laying out the information for you, especially in terms of like some form of historical reference or something like that, it's easier to discern for yourself what might be fact or fiction, etc. But if they're injecting their own biases, their own political opinions, etc. in there, then that's kind of shaping you. It's informing your brain. Unless you're highly aware that that's a possibility, then you might be able to. But also part of the problem is that they may get things wrong because they're going to, it's like a news article or something, right? When a news agency tells a story, they're slanting it in a very specific way based on the ideology, the slant itself, the ideological drives and worldview and everything of the people, or it could be religious or whatever. That's going to inform how they speak about a thing or how they write something down. And that could shape your thinking as well. So you got to be careful about that.
Figure, which with William Shire, with the rise and fall of the Third Reich, it's impressive because he lived through it. But it's very tough to find objective descriptions about the history of the man and a country, of Putin, of Zelensky, of any difficult. Trump is the same. And I feel like
everybody, that's the hero-villain archetype, right?
Yeah.
It's like either somebody's completely a hero or completely a villain. And the truth is, pretty much no one is completely a hero or completely a villain. People, in fact, I'm not sure that I love descriptions of people as heroes or villains generally. I think that people tend to do hero.
Paper on listening versus reading. If I had to guess without even looking at this paper, reading probably is better than listening, but I think it's a bit of it's misleading. I don't think that reading is necessarily better than listening. I think that it all matters at the end of the day where your attention is. And I think the attention part is important. This is one of the reasons why I get a little bit triggered when people talk about like phones are okay as long as you're using a phone mount in the car and you're not holding it in your hand. Whether you hold a phone in your hand or not doesn't matter. It's where your attention is. You can have a phone that's mounted and be having a complicated conversation on the phone and not be paying attention to your driving. Just because you're not looking at it doesn't mean you're not giving it attention. And it's probably similar when it comes to reading or listening as well. When you're reading something, you kind of have to be giving it that attention because your eyes are there, you're not looking at anything else, you're reading it like that's 100% like that's what's going on. But if you're listening to something, it's easy to kind of like walk around, like look over like wherever you're doing, you know, maybe pay attention to something else. Like you're not necessarily giving it your full attention. But I'm willing to bet that if you did an audiobook where you're just sitting there with your eyes closed listening, I bet that's going to be pretty similar to like
I
reading
need more
a book.
time.
That'd be my guess.
I have a cover on this, but I want to kill all this
not
shit
ready yet.
first.
I need more time.
Okay, now that I'm not facing potentially imminent death. So yeah, I have listened to predominantly audiobooks in the last few years. And I do find that, you know, it can be useful to listen to something while you're doing some menial tasks, doing the dishes, doing laundry, whatever, working out, etc. As long as it's not actually distracting you from what you're doing, right? It can help you focus, but then again, you might say it's better to just listen to music or something, if that's the case, right? Because it also depends on what the material is that you're trying to listen to. If it's just like some fictional thing, a story or whatever, it's not, I would say it's probably not overly important for you to sit there and hang on every word. But if it's something that's like about history that you're really interested in, or something political or religious, whatever it may be, that you want to really try and glean new information from, you're not going to want to typically be focusing on something else while you're listening to it. You're going to want to sit down or lay down, almost like meditation. What I typically do is, a lot of times I'll go to bed, and because I have a hard time falling asleep, I'll put on an audiobook of some sort, and I'll just listen to that to try and kind of not think and just kind of take it in till I fall asleep. And yeah, I don't hear the whole thing all at once or whatever, that's fine. I'll go and, you know, the next night go back to whatever part it is that I remember last, and then continue on from there. But I find that when I do that, especially when I go to bed, I'm taking in much more of the essence of whatever the material is, much more like than compared to if you're actually sitting there reading. Like if I'm sitting there reading a book, however, and there's like a TV on, a show, or there's people around and they're doing their things, and there's just some kind of, I guess, commotion or activity that I'm not necessarily part of that's occurring around me, that's a distraction. I don't get as much from the book, from the paper book, that I would if I was just sitting there quietly by myself. So I guess that's a good thing to keep in mind, right? It's like, what is it you're trying to get in it out of a book, whether it's audio or paper, and just kind of make sure you're not distracted when you're trying to actually get something out of it, instead of just passing the time, right?
Heroic things or do villainous things. In the same way that I'm not sure I love descriptions of people as a genius. My dad used to say this when I was growing up. He used to say he didn't believe that there were geniuses. He said he believed that there were people with a genius for something. Because people, you know, yes, there are people who have very high IQ and we call them geniuses, but does that mean that they're good at EQ stuff? Not necessarily, but there are people who are geniuses at EQ stuff. In other words, it would be more specific to say that somebody is a genius at engineering than to say just broad spectrum they're a genius, and that does avoid the problem of thinking that they're good at something that they're not good at, right? It's a little more specific.
So because you read a lot of books, can you look back, and it's always a tough question because so many, it's like your favorite song, but are there books that have been influential in your life that are impacting your thinking, or maybe ones you go back to that still carry insight for you?
The Federalist Paper is a big one in terms of sort of how American politics works. The first econ book that I thought was really great because it was written for teenagers, essentially, is one called Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt. Like 150 pages. I recommend it to everybody sort of 15 and up. It's easier than, say, Thomas Sowell's Basic Econ, which is 400 or 500 pages.
And it's looking at like macroeconomics, microeconomics, that kind of stuff.
Macro. And then in terms of there's a great book.
Wait, an intro book that's on macro econ? Sounds really weird.
By Carl Truman called Rise and Triumph of the Modern Self, which I think is the best book in the last 10 years. That's been sort of impactful on some of the thoughts I've been having lately.
What's the key idea in there?
The key idea is that we've shifted the nature of how identity is done in the West from how it was historically done. And basically, for nearly all of human history, the way that we identify as human beings is as a mix of our biological drives and then how that interacts with the social institutions around us. And so when you're a child, you're a bunch of unfettered biological drives, and it's your parents' job to civilize you. And civilize you literally means bring you into civilization, right? You learn the rules of the road. You learn how to integrate into institutions that already exist and are designed to shape you. And it's how you interact with those institutions that makes you you. It's not just a set of biological drives. And then in the modern world, we've really driven toward the idea that what we are is how we feel on the inside without reference to the outside world. And it's the job of the outside world to celebrate and reflect what we think about ourselves on the inside. And so what that means is that we are driven now toward fighting institutions because institutions are impositions. So everything around us, societal...
This is definitely a criticism I have of this game. Whenever I have to fight something and it's like near a wall and I'm like trying to do something...
I don't have enough energy.
It fucking bugs out where I can't and the same thing happens against like very large targets like a Shava, where I can't move properly, and then I can't use my abilities properly. It's really annoying.
Institutions. These are things that are crimping our style. They're making us not feel the way that we want to feel, and if we just destroy those things, then we'll be freer and more liberated. It's a I think much deeper model of how to think about why our social politics particular are moving in a particular direction, is that a ground shift has happened in how people think about themselves, and this has had some somewhat kind of shocking effects in terms of social politics.
So there's negative consequences in your view of that, but is there also a positive consequence of more power, more agency to the individual?
I think that you can make the argument that institutions were weighing too heavily in how people form their identity, but I think that what we've done has gone significantly too far on the other side. We basically decided to blow up the institutions in favor of unfettered feeling/identity, and I think that is not only a large mistake, I think it's going to have dire ramifications for everything from suicidal ideation to institutional longevity in politics and in society more broadly.
So speaking about the nature of self, you've been an outspoken proponent of pro-life. Can we start by you trying to steelman the case for pro-choice?
Give me a sec. Thought I heard something upstairs.
Choice. That abortion is not murder, and a woman's right to choose is a fundamental human right, freedom.
So I think that the only way to steelman the pro-choice case is to, and be ideologically consistent, is to suggest that there is no interest in the life of the unborn that counterweighs at all freedom of choice. So what that means is we can take the full example or we can take sort of the partial example. So if we take the full example, what that would mean is that up until point of birth, which is sort of the Democratic Party platform position.
No, in general, the Democratic Party doesn't have that's an insane position.
That a woman's right to choose ought to extend for any reason whatsoever up to point of birth. The only way to argue that is that bodily autonomy is the only factor. There is no countervailing factor that would ever outweigh bodily autonomy. That would be the strongest version of the argument. Another version of that argument would be that the reason that bodily autonomy ought to weigh so heavily is because women can't be the equals of men if the vicissitudes of biology are allowed to decide their futures. Right? If pregnancy changes women in a way that doesn't change men, it's a form of sex discrimination for women to ever have to go through with pregnancy, which is an argument that was made by Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Those are the arguments. The kind of softer version is the more, I would say, emotionally resonant version of the argument, which is that bodily autonomy ought to outweigh the interests of the fetus up till point X. And then people have different feelings about what point X looks like. Is it up to the point of viability? Is it up to the point of the heartbeat? Is it up to 12 weeks or 15 weeks? And that really is where the American public is, where the American public is, broadly speaking, not state by state, where there are various really, really varied opinions. But like broadly speaking, it seems like the American public by polling data wants somewhere between a 12 and 15 week abortion restriction.
Yep.
And they believe that up until 12 or 15 weeks, there's not enough there to not be specific, but to be kind of how people feel about it, to outweigh a woman's bodily autonomy. And then beyond that point, then there's enough of an interest in the life of the preborn child. It's developed enough that now we care about it enough that it outweighs a woman's bodily autonomy.
What's the strongest case for pro-life in your mind?
I mean, the strongest case for pro-life is that from conception, a human life has been created. It's a human life with potential. That human life with potential now has an independent interest in its own existence.
If I may just ask a quick question. So conception is when a sperm fertilizes an egg?
Yes.
Okay, just to clarify
Yes.
the biological beginning of what conception.
As a real quick one, if you want to argue for pro-life, don't start conception or life beginning at the moment of the fertilization. Do it at the moment of implantation. Otherwise, you get into these really weird things where you're like, there's literally like a miscarriage, like genocide of babies accidentally from women happening as every single baby that doesn't implant dies. And I think like half of pregnancies end that way, like just as a heads up.
I mean, because that is the beginning of human life. Now, there are other standards that people have drawn, right? Some people say implantation in the uterus.
Yeah.
Some people will suggest
I'm not ready yet.
viability, some will look at brain development or heart development, but the clear dividing line between a human life exists and a human life does not exist is the biological creation of an independent human life with its own DNA strands, and et cetera, which happens at conception. Once you acknowledge that there is that independent human life with potential, and I keep calling it that because people sometimes say potential human life. It's not a potential human life. It's a human life that is not developed yet to the full extent that it will develop. Once you say that, and once you say that it has its own interest, now the burden of proof is to explain why bodily autonomy ought to allow for the snuffing out of that human life if we believe that human life ought not to be killed for quote-unquote no good reason.
Yeah.
You have to come up with a good reason. Right? The burden of proof is now shifted. Now, you will find people who will say, well, the good reason is that it's not sufficiently developed to outweigh the mental trauma or emotional trauma that a woman goes through if, for example, she was raped or the victim of incest. Okay, and that is a fairly emotionally resonant argument, but it's not necessarily dispositive. You can make the argument that just because something horrific and horrible happened to a woman does not rob
the right to kill a baby.
human life of its interest in life.
The bodily autonomy argument is so bad. Don't use it. Stop using this argument, guys.
One of the big problems in trying to draw any line for the self-interest of life in the human life is that it's very difficult to draw any other line that doesn't seem somewhat arbitrary. If you say that independent heartbeat, people have pacemakers. If you say brain function, people have various levels of brain function as adults. If you say viability, babies are not viable after they are born. If I left a newborn baby on a table and did not take care of it, it would be dead in 2 days. So, once you start getting into sort of these lines, it starts to get very fuzzy very quickly. And so if you're looking for sort of a bright line more...
How did you like the new Knives Out movie? I don't really want to talk about it because I think it just came out. I don't know if anybody's even seen it, so I feel like it's kind of a waste to talk about it. But I'll just say that it was okay. It wasn't bad. But I didn't like this cast of characters as much as the first one. In the first movie, the cast of characters was very endearing. In this one, it was like, eh.
Moral rule. That would be the bright line moral rule. And that's sort of the pro-life case.
Well, there's still mysterious, difficult scientific questions of things like consciousness. So what to you does the question of consciousness, how does it come into play into...
If it's a human at conception, can you still argue pro-choice? No, I don't think you can. Now, that was what my debate with Matt Dillahunty was about. I think the autonomy argument is insane. I would just never, ever, 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 ever accept that argument. If it's truly a baby, and you truly believe that, then you can't kill it. You just can't. I think that's just wild to me.
This debate.
So I don't believe that consciousness is the sole criterion by which we judge the self-interest in human life. So we are unconscious a good deal of our lives. Right? That does not, we will be conscious again, right? When you're unconscious, when you're asleep, for example, presumably your life is still worth living. If somebody came in and killed you, that'd be a serious moral quandary, at the very least.
But the birth of consciousness, the lighting up of the flame, the initial lighting up of the flame, there does seem to be something special about that, and it's a mystery of when that happens.
Well, I mean, Peter Singer makes the case that basically self-consciousness doesn't exist until
like
2.5.
Two, yeah.
Right, so he says that even infanticide should be okay. Right? He's the bioethicist over at Princeton. So you get into some real dicey territory once you get into consciousness. Also, the truth is that consciousness is more of a spectrum than it is a dividing line, meaning that there are people with various degrees of brain function. We don't actually know how conscious they are, and you can get into eugenic territory pretty quickly when we start dividing between lives that are worth living based on levels of consciousness and lives that are not worth living based on levels of consciousness.
Eugenics needs to not be a default, like a bad word. Like, we need to get over that. Like, we already practice eugenics to some extent. Like, when you say that, like, a woman shouldn't have pregnancy after the age of 35 or 40 or whatever, like, that's, in a way, that's a form of eugenics. Or if you have an abortion because your child has, like, Down syndrome in the womb, like, this is, like, a form of eugenics. I don't think eugenics by default should be considered bad. Like, we have to be able to go a little bit deeper into why it's good or why it's bad. Or what kind of eugenics is good and what kind of eugenics is bad.
Do you find it, the aspect of women's freedom,
I'm not ready yet.
do you feel the tension between that ability to choose the trajectory of your own life versus the rights of the unborn child?
In one situation, yes. In one situation, no. If you've had sex with a person voluntarily, and as a product of that, you are now pregnant, no. You've taken an action with a perfectly predictable result. Even if you took birth control, this is the way that human beings have procreated for literally all of human existence, and by the way, also how all mammals procreate. So the idea that this was an entirely unforeseen consequence of your activity, I find, I have less sympathy for you in that particular situation, because you could have made decisions that would not led you to this particular impasse. In fact, this used to be the basis of marriage, right? When we were a apparently more terrible society, we used to say that people should wait until they get married to have sex, a position that I still hold. And the reason for that was because then if you have sex and you produce a child, then the child will grow up in a two-parent family with stability. So, you know, not a ton of sympathy there. When it comes to rape and incest, obviously heavy sympathy. And so that's why I think you see, statistically speaking, a huge percentage of Americans, including many pro-life Americans, people who consider themselves pro-life, would consider exceptions for rape and incest. One of the sort of dishonest things that I think happens in abortion debates is arguing from the fringes. This tends to happen a lot, is pro-choice activists will argue from rape and incest to the other 99.8% of abortions. Or you'll see people on the pro-life side argue from partial birth abortion to all of abortion. You actually have to take on sort of the mainstream case and then decide whether or not that's acceptable or not.
But to you, the exception, just ethically, without generalizing it, that is a valid ethically exception.
I don't hold that there should be an exception for rape or incest, because again, I hold by the bright line rule that once a human life with potential exists, then it has its own interest in life that cannot be
You can't just kill it, even if it's a rape or an incest
your
baby. Good
self-interest.
job, Ben.
The only exception that I hold by is the same exception that literally all pro-lifers hold by, which is the life of the mother is put in danger.
It's a tough topic, because if you believe that that's the line, then we're committing mass murder.
Well, or at least mass killing. So I would say that murder typically requires a level of mens rea that may be absent in many cases of abortion. Right? Because the usual follow-on question is, well, if it's murder, why not prosecute the woman? And the answer is because the vast majority of people who are having abortions don't actually believe that they're killing a person.
Where's peace go? When it comes to mens rea, it's it's not mens rea of the outcome. Isn't it mens rea of the action? Or like, so for instance, let's say that I go to shoot a person in the leg because like I'm just gonna shoot you in the leg, and then let's say that person dies, and you go to convict me of like some sort of form of murder, like whatever, second degree, whatever murder. Like, you don't have to show, I don't think, a mens rea that I was trying to kill him. You just had to show a mens rea that I was trying to shoot him and cause harm, right?
I need more time.
Is that not how that goes? I'd have to... I don't know if I have esports Batman or some other people in the chat. But...
have a very different view of what is exactly happening. So, you know, I would say that there are all sorts of interesting hypotheticals that come in to play when it comes to abortion, and you can play them any which way, but...
Murder is special. You're thinking of manslaughter. I don't think if you shoot a person and they die, I don't think that's manslaughter. I'm pretty sure you're getting some type of murder charge there. I'm pretty sure. If you assault with a deadly weapon and they die, I'm almost positive you're gonna get, like, that's gonna be murder. Like, the manslaughter would have to be like manslaughter would be like, maybe if you like put somebody in a chokehold or something and then they ended up dying. That would be like a manslaughter, but if you shoot somebody with a gun, I'm pretty sure they're always going for some type of murder charge there, no?
Levels, let's put it this way, there are gradations of wrongs. I don't think that all abortions are equally blameworthy, even if I would ban virtually all of them, right? I think that there are mitigating circumstances that make, while being wrong, some abortions less morally blameworthy than others. I think that, you know, there is I can admit a difference between killing a 2-week-old embryo in the womb and stabbing a 7-year-old in the face. Like, I can recognize all that while still saying I think that it would be wrong to terminate a pregnancy.
Do you think the question of when life begins, which I think is a fascinating question, is a question of science or a question of religion?
When life begins is a question of science. When that life becomes valuable enough for people to want to protect it, is going to be a question that is beyond science. Science doesn't have moral judgments to make about the value of human life. This is one of the problems.
Okay, that's true.
Sam Harris and I have had this argument many times, and it's always kind of interesting. You know, because Sam is of the opinion that you can get to ought from is. Right? That science says is, therefore we can learn ought. So human flourishing is the goal of life.
Yeah, the thing is, though, is that the ought, right, from is, in the context of this, if I understand it correctly, the issue is that it's science is not a tool that gives you a moral structure. It just shows you things. It just shows you some truth, or because maybe this is right there. There's a distinction between factual truth and moral and ethical truth. So if you, and the thing that's informing, I guess the only way in my mind that you could get an ought from is kind of an intrinsic thing that's based off of what is your actual moral and ethical structure to begin with, because that's going to inform, again, maybe how you view the data that you obtain, the information that you obtain. But that doesn't mean that everybody's going to agree with you on what that is or how that should play out, for instance, right? That's part of the problems of morality and the like, right? Morality and ethics are subjective. Now, I think you could say that certain systems or certain ideas within morality and ethics are kind of a universal thing. I think that's pretty obvious. Murder's bad, stealing's bad, etc. Things along those lines. I think the vast majority of humans that aren't psychopaths agree with that. The degree to which they agree what those things are and or how those things should be handled is different, of course. Because there's extremes at both ranges, and for like how soft or how hard are you on somebody who commits various acts or whatever within a framework of morality and ethics. But you know, those are going to vary from place to place and from people to people, from culture to culture, society to society. So that's why science just tells you things about the world. It doesn't tell you how you should behave with them. That's where the moral and ethical structure of a human being comes into play. right? So, and people like Sam Harris don't understand that. Like, for as smart as that guy is, he doesn't seem to understand that his whatever moral structure he has before he looks at some information is already informing him of how he should think and feel regarding that and what to do with it. And that's every single human being, unless you are somehow not bankrupt morally or anything like that, but unless you're somehow physically incapable due to like brain damage or something to literally recognize a problem or whatever, where like your moral structure is somehow confined or disrupted or damaged because of, say, something like brain damage, like that would be even then though, like say somebody with brain damage commits murder, but they didn't realize to the extent of why that's bad within the framework of the society and culture that they live in. You know, you can't talk to those people about why, because they might not understand at all, right? Which is a different thing, and science will never tell you that, ever, and never ever.
And I always say to him, I don't see where you get that.
And also, that was never its purpose. That's the thing I think a lot of other people mistake, is that science was never meant to be a tool to tell us how we should live our lives. It just tells you things. That's it. What you decide to do with it afterwards on a moral and ethical level is up to the individual and the society and the culture, etc. that's utilizing the information.
From evolutionary biology. You can assume it, just say you're assuming it, but don't pretend that is a conclusion that you can draw straight from biological reality itself, because obviously that doesn't exist in the animal world, for example. Nobody assumes the innate value of every animal.
I think I know your answer to this, but let's test it, because I think you're going to be wrong. So there's a robot behind you. Do you think there will be a time in the future when it will be unethical and illegal to kill a robot because they will have sentience? My guess is you would say no, Lex. Because there's a fundamental difference between humans and robots, and I just want to get you on record because I think you'd be wrong.
I mean, it depends on the level of development, I would assume, of the robots. I mean, you're assuming a complexity in the robots that eventually imitates what we in the religious life would call the human soul. Yes. The ability to choose freely, for example, which I believe is sort of the capacity for human beings.
The ability to suffer.
Yeah. If all of that could be proved and not programmed, meaning the freely willed capacity of a machine to do X, Y, or Z.
You could not pinpoint exactly where it happens in the program.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not deterministic. Then it would raise serious moral issues, for sure. I'm not sure I know the answer to that question.
Are you afraid of that time?
I'm not sure I'm afraid of that time. I mean, it's any more than I'd be afraid if the aliens arrived in the world and had these characteristics.
Well, there's just a lot of moral complexities, and they don't necessarily have to be in the physical space. They can be in the digital space. There's an increased sophistication and number of bots on the internet, including on Twitter. As they become more and more intelligent, there's going to be serious questions about what is our moral duty to protect ones that have or claim to have an identity.
And that'll be really interesting. Actually, what I'm afraid of is the opposite happening, meaning that people... The worst that should happen is that we develop robots so sophisticated that they appear to have free will, and then we treat them with human dignity. That should be the worst that happens. What I'm afraid of is the opposite, is that we, if we're talking about this particular hypothetical, that we develop robots that have all of these apparent abilities, and then we dehumanize them, which leads us to also dehumanize the other humans around us, which you could easily see happening. A devaluation of life to the point where it doesn't really matter. I mean, people have always treated, unfortunately, newly discovered other humans this way, so I don't think there's actually a new problem. I think it's a pretty old problem. It'll just be interesting when it's made of human hands.
Yeah, it's an opportunity to either celebrate humanity or to bring out the worst in humanity. So the derision that naturally happens, like you said, with pointing out the other. Let me ask you about climate change. There's let's go from the meme to the profound philosophy. Okay, the meme is there's a clip of you talking about climate change and saying that
the Aquaman meme.
you said that for the sake
I
of
think Ben's
argument,
even
if
made
the
fun of
water
himself for
level
that stupid fucking
rises
statement.
5 to 10 feet in the next 100 years, people will just sell their homes and move. And then the meme is sell to who? Can you argue both sides of that?
The argument that they're making is a straw man. The argument that I'm making is over time. I don't mean that if a tsunami is about to hit your house, you can list it on eBay. That's not what I mean, obviously. What I mean is that human beings have an extraordinary ability to adapt. It's actually our best quality. And that as water levels rise, real estate prices in those areas tends to fall. That over time, people tend to abandon those areas. They tend to leave. They tend to, right now, sell their houses, and then they tend to move. And eventually, those houses will be worthless, and you won't have anybody to sell to, but presumably not that many people will be living there by that point, which is one of the reasons why the price would be low, because there's no demand.
Yes.
So it's over 100 years, so all of these price dynamics are very gradual relative to the other price dynamics.
Correct. That's why the joke of it, of course, is that, like, I'm saying that tomorrow there's a tsunami on your doorstep, and you're like, oh, Bob will buy my house. Bob ain't gonna buy your house. Like, we all get that. But it's a funny meme. I'll admit I laughed at it.
How is your view on climate change? The human contribution to climate change, what we should do in terms of policy to respond to climate change, how has that changed over the years?
I would say the truth is for years and years, I've believed that climate change was a reality and that anthropogenic climate change is a reality. I don't argue with the IPCC estimates. I know climatologists at places like MIT or Caltech, and they know this stuff better than I do. So, you know, the notion that climate change is just not happening or that human beings have not contributed to climate change, I find doubtful. The question is to what extent human beings are contributing to climate change. Is it 50%? Is it 70%? Is it 90%? I think there's a little bit more play in the joints there, so it's not totally clear. The one thing I do know, and this I know with factual accuracy, is that all of the measures that are currently being proposed are unworkable and will not happen. So when people say Paris Climate Accords, even if those were imposed, you're talking about lowering the potential trajectory of climate change by a fraction of a degree. If you're talking about Green New Deal, net zero by 2050, the carbon is up there in the air and the climate change is going to happen. Also, you're assuming that geopolitical dynamics don't exist. So everybody's going to magically get on the same page and we're all going to be imposing massive carbon taxes to get to net zero by 2050. I mean, like hundreds of times higher than they currently are. And that's not me saying, that's Klaus Schwab saying this, of the World Economic Forum, who's a big advocate of exactly this sort of policy. And the reality is that we're going to have to accept that at least 1.5 degrees Celsius of climate change is baked into the cake by the end of the century. Again, not me talking, William Nordhaus, the economist, who just won the Nobel Prize in this stuff talking. And so what that suggests to me is what we've always known. Human beings are crap at mitigation and excellent at adaptation. Right? We are very bad at mitigating our own faults. Yeah. We are very, very good at adapting to the problems as they exist. Which means that all of the estimates that billions will die, that there will be mass starvation, that we will see the migration in just a few years of hundreds of millions of people, those are wrong. What you'll see is a gradual change of living. People will move away from areas that are inundated on the coast. You'll see people building seawalls. You'll see people adapting new technologies to suck carbon out of the air. You will see geoengineering. This is the sort of stuff that we should be focused on. And the sort of bizarre focus on what if we just keep tossing hundreds of billions of dollars at the same three technologies over and over in the hopes that if we subsidize it, this will magically make it more efficient. I've seen no evidence whatsoever that is.
This is kind of true. When people give historical counterfactuals, one thing that irritates me is people are like, oh, if this one thing would have happened, like World War II would have gone completely different. If this one thing would have happened like this, and it's like, okay, well, hold on. You're assuming if one thing happens and then nobody changes their behavior accordingly. Because like if one thing happens, then chances are, you know, this group of people is going to act completely differently, which kind of changes everything at that point. I notice that people have a tendency to oversimplify when it comes to giving counterfactuals. Climate change is not going to be like one day all of the coastal areas are flooded and all the poor people die. It's probably going to be like a gradual changing of temperature, a gradual changing of sea level that's going to cause a gradual shift of people from one area to another. This is why I'm always saying that like climate change is not like an existential threat to humans. It might be like a dramatic threat to the way that we live our lives, but I don't think it's an extinction level thing. I don't think. But yeah.
That is going to be the way that we get ourselves out of this. Necessity being the mother of invention. I think human beings will adapt because we have adapted and we will continue to adapt.
So to the degree we invest in the threat of this, it should be into the policies that help with the adaptation versus the mitigation.
Right. Seawalls, geoengineering, developing technology to suck carbon out of the air, again, if I thought that there was more sort of hope for the green technologies
25%,
currently in play, then
man,
subsidization of
that's
those
garbage.
technologies I might be a little bit more for. But I haven't seen tremendous progress over the course of the last 30 years in the reliability of, for example, wind energy, or the ability to store solar energy to the extent necessary to actually power a grid.
What's your thoughts on nuclear energy?
Nuclear energy is great. Nuclear energy is a proven source of energy, and we should be radically extending the use of nuclear energy. It's to me, honestly, this is like a litmus test question as to whether you take climate change seriously. If you're on right or left and you take climate change seriously, you should be in favor of nuclear energy. If you're not, I know that you have other priorities.
Yeah, the fascinating thing about the climate change debate is the dynamics of the fear-mongering over the past few decades, because some of the nuclear energy was tied up into that somehow. There's a lot of fear about nuclear energy. It seems like there's a lot of social phenomena, social dynamics involved versus dealing with just science. It's interesting to watch. If on my darker days, it makes me cynical about our ability to use reason and science to deal with the threats of the world.
I think that our ability to use reason and science to deal with the threats of the world is almost a time frame question. So I think that we're very bad at looking down the road and saying, because people can't handle, for example, even things like compound interest.
Yeah.
Right? Like the idea that if I put $1 in the bank today, that 15 years from now, that's going to be worth a lot more than $1. People can't actually see that. And so
Is it worth a lot more than $1? Is it the 7? Is it the rule of 7? That in 15 years it'd be worth about $4? It wouldn't be worth that much more. Sorry, I don't know why I'm nitpicking that really hard.
idea of let's foresee a problem, then we'll deal with it right now, as opposed to 30 years down the road. Typically, we let the problem happen and then we solve it, and it's bloodier and worse than it would have been if we had solved it 30 years ago. But
wait, it's not rule of 7. On like a 7 to 10% interest rate, what is the when do you double? Is it I thought it was every 10 years, or maybe it's every 7 years, but maybe it's every 10 years at 7% is what it does. There's a 69 rule too. There's a bunch of
Not
weird
in town.
Accounting rules like for napkin math and shit. But yeah, okay.
it is in fact effective, and sometimes it turns out the solution that we're proposing 30 years in advance is not effective, and that can be a major problem as well.
Well, that's then to steelman the case for fear-mongering, for irrational fear-mongering. We need to be scared shitless in order for us to do anything. So that's I'm generally against that, but maybe on a population scale, maybe some of that is necessary for us to respond appropriately for long-term threats.
Gotcha.
We should be scared.
But I don't think that we can actually do that, though. First of all, I think that it's platonic lies are generally bad, and then second of all, I don't think that we actually.
He must have thought he had no choice.
Neither do we. Another set of eyes, at last. We've been searching for Timaway with little success.
I'm not ready yet.
Do you think Elias knew Thaisa before she went to his palace?
I don't know, Nora.
What do you know?
Many things I wish I did.
Only two kinds of people come looking for old Timur. Those running away from trouble, and those running toward it. Which kind are you, I wonder? Never heard of him.
We think Elias made a pact with the swamp to become immortal. Thaisa said you could help it.
Thaisa. Only she would be cold-hearted enough to send a child to die out here.
We've no intention of dying.
One of you will. That's the way it always ends. Go back where you came from. I won't have a child's blood on my hands.
I saw my mother possessed by Lilith. Driven so mad, it killed her. I'm not a child anymore.
So be it. If this Elias made a pact, it was with the Tree of Whispers. There are many paths to reach it, but the nearest is in Ingovani. A sacred incense is kept in the temple there. Retrieve it, and your path to the tree begins.
Go to Ngavani. Neyrel and I will see if we can get some more information out of Timaway.
The swamp nests in the roots of the Tree of Whispers. This is how each path begins. The temple at Ingovani rests on one route, but it is no less or more important than any other route. She was like you once, standing here in my hut, asking to be set on the path. And you will be like her, taking the answers you need and never looking back.
I wonder if if Timothy is saying that there's no reflection, no introspection by most people. That'd be interesting.
Yes. I was infected with the swamp's poison, and I made a pact with the tree out of fear. So now I give it knowledge, and in exchange it keeps me one step away from the grave. I wish it would just let me go. But a pact made cannot be broken.
That does not bode well for me trying to kill Elias. Okay, before I go do this, I'm gonna go house. I shall return. Alright, I'm back. But I am going to take a break to eat some food real quick here. I'll put this video back on play while I'm eating.
They have the capacity to do this. I think that the people who are, you know, the sort of elites of our society who get together in rooms and talk about this sort of stuff, and I've been in some of those meetings, at my synagogues Friday nights. Actually, no, but I was
going to make the joke, but I'm glad you did.
Yeah, you know, I've been in rooms like Davos-like rooms, and when people discuss these sorts of topics, and they're like, "What if we just tell people that it's going to be a disaster with tsunamis and day after tomorrow?" It's like, you guys don't have that power. You don't. And by the way, you dramatically undercut your own power because of COVID to do this sort of stuff. Because a lot of the sort of, what if we scare the living hell out of you to the point where you stay in your own house for 2 years, and we tell you can't send your kids to school, and then we tell you that the vaccine is going to prevent transmission, and then we also tell you that we need to spend $7 trillion in 1 year and it won't have any inflationary effect, and it turns out you're wrong on literally all of those things. The last few years have done more to undermine institutional trust than any time in probably American history. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Let me ask you back to the question of God, and a big ridiculous question: who's God?
Who is God? So I'm going to
do it, Jordan Peterson.
I'm going to use sort of the Aquinas formulation of what God is, right? That if there is a cause of all things, not physical things, if there is a cause underlying the reason of the universe, then that is the thing we call God. So not a big guy in the sky with a beard, you know, like he is the force underlying the logic of the universe, if there is a logic to the universe, and he is the creator in the Judaic view of that universe, and he does have an interest in us living in accordance with the laws of the universe that, if you're a religious Jew, are encoded in the Torah, but if you're not a religious Jew, would be encoded in the natural law by sort of Catholic theology.
Why do you think God created the universe? Or as is popularly asked, what do you think is the meaning behind it? What's the meaning of life?
What's the meaning of life? So I think that the meaning of life is to fulfill what God made you to do, and that is a series of roles. I think that human beings, and here you have to look to sort of human nature, rather than looking kind of to big questions. I've evolved something that I've really been working on, you know, and I'm writing a book about this actually, that I call colloquially role theory. And basically the idea is that...
Bro, this dude stole all my shit, 100%. He better not say this. But I think my general thing is that, like, all of us have, like, a certain set of gifts and talents, things that we can do exceedingly well, and I think our obligation to ourselves and to our communities and society is to try to, like, push into those roles as much as you can. So if you're, like, an ungodly talented musician or artist or doctor, whatever, like, your goal should be to push the boundaries of those roles as much as possible. That's, like, that's the obligation you have to society. He's given a lot of my takes, okay? I'm starting to think Benny Boy here is browsing the subreddit, all right?
What's interesting about that kind of thing is you can have people throughout history, like throughout time, and even within the same time frame, coming up with very similar ideas, right? And I think that's because human intuition in a lot of ways leads us there, wherever that intuition may come from. Whether it's genetic or God-given or however one wants to view it. Maybe it's got something to do with pattern recognition, etc. It's no surprise to me anyways that, you know, various people come up with very similar, if not the same idea at different times, in different places, etc. I do think it's an interesting phenomenon.
The way that we interact with the world is through a series of roles, and those are also the things we find most important and most implementable. And there's sort of virtue ethics, right, which suggests that if we act in accordance with virtue, like Aristotle, then we will be living the most fulfilled and meaningful life. And then you have sort of deontological ethics, like Kantian ethics, that it's a rule-based ethic. If you follow the rules, then you'll find the meaning of life. And then what I'm proposing is that there's something that I would call role ethics, which is there are a series of roles that we play across our lives, which are also the things that we tend to put on our tombstones and find the most meaningful. So when you go to a cemetery, you can see what people found the most meaningful because it's the stuff they put on the stone that has like 4 words on it, right? You're like beloved father,
Live,
beloved mother,
laugh,
sister,
laugh.
brother. You might have a job once in a while, a creator, a religious person, right? These are all roles that have existed across societies and across humanity, and those are the things where we actually find meaning. And the way that we navigate those roles brings us meaning. And I think that God created us in order to fulfill those roles for purposes that I can't begin to understand because I ain't him. And the more we recognize those roles and the more we live those roles, and then we can express freedom within those roles. I think that the liberty exists inside each of those roles, and that's what makes all of our lives different and fun. We all parent in different ways, but being a parent is a meaningful role. We all have spouses, but how you interact that relationship is what makes your life meaningful and interesting. That is what we were put on Earth to do. And if we perform those roles properly, and those roles do include things like being a creator, like we have a creative instinct as human beings, being a creator or being an innovator, being a defender of your family, being somebody who builds up, being a social member of your community, which is something that we're built to do. If we fulfill those roles properly, then we will have made the world a better place than we inherited it, and we will also have had the joy of experiencing the sort of flow they talk about in psychology, where
being a tier
when you
4
engage
sub,
in these roles, you actually do feel a flow.
So these roles are a fundamental part of the human condition.
Yes.
So the book you're working on is constructing a system to help us understand.
It's looking
roles.
at, let's assume that all of that's true. The real question in the book is how do you construct a flourishing and useful society and politics?
So a society level. If this is our understanding of a human being, how do we construct a good society?
Right, exactly. Because I think that a lot of political theory is right now based in either J.S. Mill kind of thought, which is all that a good politics does allows you to wave your hand around until you hit somebody in the face, or Rawlsian thought, which is what if we constructed society in order to achieve the most for the least, essentially? What if we constructed society around what actually makes humans the most fulfilled, and that is the fulfillment of these particular roles? And where does liberty come into that, right? How do you avoid the idea of a tyranny in that, right? How do you have to be a mother, you must be a father, you must be where does freedom come into that? Can you reject those roles totally as a society and be okay? The answer probably is not. So you need a society that actually promotes and protects those roles, but also protects the freedom inside those roles. And that raises a more fundamental question of what exactly liberty is for. And I think that both the right and the left actually tend to make a mistake when they discuss liberty. The left tends to think that liberty is an ultimate good, that simple choice makes a bad thing good, which is not true. And I think the right talks about liberty in almost the same terms sometimes, and I think that's not true either. The question is whether liberty is of inherent value or instrumental value. Is liberty good in and of itself, or is liberty good because it allows you to achieve X, Y, or Z? And I've thought about this one a lot, and I tend to come down on the latter side of the aisle. I mean, you asked me areas where I moved. This may be an area where I've moved. Is that I think when you think more shallowly about politics, or maybe more quickly, because this is how we talk in America, is about liberties and rights, we tend to think that the right is what not like the political right. Rights make things good. Liberties make things good. The question really is, what are those rights and liberties for? Now, you have to be careful so that doesn't shade into tyranny, right? You can only have liberty to do the thing that I say that you can do. But there have to be spheres of liberty that are roiling and interesting and filled with debate, but without threatening the chief institutions that surround those liberties. Because if you destroy the institutions, the liberties will go too. And if you knock down the pillars of the society, the liberties that are on top of those pillars are going to collapse. And I think that's, if people are feeling as though we're on the verge of tyranny, I think that's why.
This is fascinating, by the way. It's an instrumental perspective on liberty. That's going to have to give me a lot to think about. Let me ask a personal question. Was there ever a time that you had a crisis of faith where you questioned your belief in God?
Sure. And I would less call it a crisis of faith than an ongoing question of faith, which I think is, I hope, most religious
Dan
people.
Shapiro coming over to the atheist
the
side.
word Israel, right, in Hebrew, Yisrael, means to struggle with God. That's literally what the word means. And so the idea of struggling with God, right, where if you're Jewish, you're B'nai Yisrael, right, the idea of struggling with God, I think, is endemic to the human condition. If you understand what God's doing, then I think you're wrong. And if you think that question doesn't matter, then I think you're also wrong. I think that God is a very necessary hypothesis.
So the struggle with God is life. That is the process of life.
That's right. because you're never going to get to that answer. Otherwise, you're God and you aren't. So.
Why does God allow cruelty and suffering in the world? Over the top.
Oh my
So
god.
we're going deep here. There's two types of cruelty and suffering. So if we're talking about human cruelty and suffering, because God does not intervene to prevent people from exercising their free will, because to do so would be to deprive human beings of the choice that makes them human. And this is the sin of the Garden of Eden, basically, is that God could make you an angel, in which case you wouldn't have the choice to do the wrong thing. But so long as we are going to allow for cause and effect in a universe shaped by your choice, cruelty and evil are going to exist. And then there's the question of just the natural cruelty and vicissitudes of life. And the answer there is, I think that God obscures himself. I think that if God were to appear in all of his glory to people on a regular basis, I think that would make faith, you wouldn't need it. There'd be no such thing as faith, right? It would just be reality, right? Nobody has to prove to you that the sun rises every day. But if God is to allow us the choice to believe in him, which is the ultimate choice from a religious point of view, then he's going to have to obscure himself behind tragedy and horror and all those other things. I mean, this is a fairly well-known Kabbalistic concept called Tzimtzum in Judaism, which is the idea that when God created the universe, he sort of withdrew in order to make space for all of these things to happen.
So God doesn't have an instrumental perspective on liberty.
In a chief sense, he does, because the best use of liberty is going to be belief in him, and you can misuse your liberty, right? There will be consequences if you believe in an afterlife, or if you believe in sort of a generalized, better version of life led by faith. Then liberty does have a purpose. But he also believes that you have to give people, from a cosmic perspective, the liberty to do wrong without threatening all the institutions of society. I mean, that's why it does say in the Bible that if man sheds blood, by man shall his blood be shed, right? That there are punishments that are in biblical thought for doing things that are wrong.
I need more time.
So for a human being who lacks the faith in God, so if you're an atheist, can you still be a good person?
Of course. 100%. And there are a lot of religious people who are crappy people.
How do we understand that tension?
Well, from a religious perspective, what you would say is that it is perfectly plausible to live in accordance with a set of rules that don't damage other people without believing in God. You just might be understanding the reason for doing that wrong, is what a religious person would say. This is the conversation, again, that I had with Sam, basically, is you and I agree, I said this to Sam, you and I agree on nearly everything when it comes to morality. Like, we probably disagree on 15 to 20% of things. The other 80% is because you grew up in a Judeo-Christian society, and so do I, and we grew up 10 miles from each other, you know, around the turn of the millennium. So there's that. So you can perfectly well be an atheist living a good, moral, decent life, because you can live a good, moral, decent life with regard to other people without believing in God. I don't think you can build a society on that, because I think that, you know, that relies on the sort of goodness of mankind, natural goodness of mankind. I don't believe in the natural goodness of mankind.
You don't?
No. I believe that man is created both sinful and with the capacity for sin and the capacity for good.
But if you let them be on their own, doesn't it...
Without social institutions to shape them, I think that that's very likely to go poorly.
Oh, interesting. Well, we came to something we disagree on, but that may be that might reflect itself in our approach to Twitter as well. I think if humans are left on their own, they tend towards good. They definitely have the capacity for good and evil, but when left on their own, they're I tend to believe they're good.
I think they might be good with limits. What I mean by that is that what the evidence I think tends to show is that human beings are quite tribal. So what you'll end up with is people who are good with their immediate family and maybe their immediate neighbors, and then when they're threatened by an outside tribe, then they kill everyone. Which is sort of the history of civilization in the pre-civilizational era, which was a very violent time.
Her eyes are missing. Perhaps returning them here is the key to opening the way.
Pre-civilizational era was quite violent.
Do you think, on the topic of tribalism in our modern world, what are the pros and cons of tribes? Is that something we should try to outgrow as a civilization?
I don't think it's ever going to be possible to fully outgrow tribalism. I think it's a natural human condition to want to be with people who think like you or have a common set of beliefs. And I think trying to obliterate that in the name of a universalism likely leads to utopian results that have devastating consequences. Utopian sort of universalism has been failing every time it's tried. Whether you're talking about, now it seems to be sort of a liberal universalism, which is being rejected by a huge number of people around the world in various different cultures, or whether you're talking about religious universalism, which typically comes with religious tyranny, or you're talking about communistic or Nazi-esque sort of universalism, which comes with mass slaughter. So this is, universalism I'm not a believer in. I think that you have, some values that are fairly limited, that all human beings should hold in common, and that's pretty much it. Like, I think that everybody should have the ability to join with their own culture. I think how we define tribes is a different thing. Yeah. So I think that tribes should not be defined by innate physical characteristics, for example. Because I think that, thank God, as a civilization, we've outgrown that. And I think that is a childish way to view the world.
I need time to do that.
All the tall people aren't a tribe. All the black people aren't. All the white people aren't a tribe.
So the tribes should be formed over ideas versus physical characteristics.
That's right, which is why, actually, to go back to sort of the beginning of the conversation, when it comes to Jews, I'm not a big believer in ethnic Judaism. Right? I'm as a person who takes Judaism seriously, Judaism is more to me than you were born with a last name like Berg or Steen. And so I've made
Hitler would disagree with you. But
he would disagree with me, but that's because he was a tribalist, right? Who thought in racial terms.
So maybe robots will help us see humans as one tribe. Maybe that. As long
this is Reagan's idea, right? Reagan said, well, if there's an alien invasion, then we'll all be on the same side. So I'll go over to the Soviets and we'll talk about it.
There's some deep truth to that. What does it mean to be a good man? The various role that a human being takes on in this role theory that you've spoken about, what does it mean to be a good?
It means to perform, now I will do Aristotle, it means to perform the function well. Right? What Aristotle says is the good is not like moral good, moral evil, in the way that we tend to think about it. He meant that a good cup holds liquid, a good spoon holds soup. It means that like a thing that is broken can't hold those things, right? So
when he speaks about philosophers here, this makes it sound like he's read stuff. He's like more familiar with like what they, or at the, I mean, like, I guess everybody should have read like some Aristotle. Yeah, I guess, right? Or Plato or whatever. I haven't. But
the idea of being a good person means that you are fulfilling the function for which you were made. It's a teleological view of humanity. So if you're a good father, this means that you are bringing up your child in durable values that is going to bring them up healthy, capable of protecting themselves and passing on the traditional wisdom of the ages to future generations while allowing for the capacity for innovation. That'd be being a good father. Being a good spouse would mean protecting and unifying with your spouse and building a safe family and a place to raise children. Being a good citizen of your community means protecting the fellow citizens of your community while incentivizing them to build for themselves. And it becomes actually much easier to think of how to, this is why I like the role theory, because it's very hard in virtue theory to say, be generous. Okay, how does that manifest? I don't know what that looks like. Sometimes being generous might be being not generous to other people, right? When Aristotle says that you should be benevolent, like what does that mean? It's very vague. When I say be a good dad, most people sort of have a gut level understanding of what it means to be a good dad. And mostly what they have a gut level understanding of what it means to really be a really bad dad. And so what it means to be a good man is to fulfill those roles, as many of them as you can, properly and at full function. And that's a very hard job. And I've said before that because I engage a lot with the public and all of this, the word great comes up a lot. What does it take to be a great leader? What does it take to be a great person? And I've always said to people, it's actually fairly easy to be great. It's very difficult to be good. There are a lot of very great people who are not very good, and there are not a lot of good people. And most of them, frankly, most good people die mourned by their family and friends, and 2 generations later they're forgotten. But those are the people who incrementally move the ball forward in the world, sometimes much more than the people who are considered great.
Understand the role in your life that involves being a cup and be damn good at it.
Exactly. That's right.
Hold the soup. It's very
Jordan Peterson have been there. Yeah,
it's very like Lobster with Jordan Peterson.
Exactly.
I think people will quote you for years and years to come on that. What advice would you give? A lot of young people will look up to you. What advice, despite their better judgment? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
maybe
only kidding. Only kidding. They seriously look up to you and draw inspiration from your ideas, from your bold thinking. What advice would you give to them? How to live a life worth living, how to have a career they can be proud of, and everything like that.
So live out the values that you think are really important and seek those values in others would be the first piece of advice. Second piece of advice, don't go on Twitter until you're 26, and
26?
Because your brain is fully developed at that point. You know, the as I said early on, you know, I was on social media and writing columns from the time I was 17. You know, it was a great opportunity, and as it turns out, a great temptation to say enormous numbers of stupid things when you're young. I mean, you're kind of trying out ideas, and you're putting them on, you're taking them off, and social media permanentizes those things and engraves them in stone, and then that's used against you for the rest of your life. So I tell young people this all the time, like, if you want to be on social media, but don't post, like, watch, if you want to take in information, and more importantly, you should read books. As far as, you know, other advice, I'd say engage in your community. There's no substitute for engaging in your community. And engage in interpersonal action, because that will soften you and make you a better person. I've become a better person since I got married. I've become an even better person since I've had kids. So you can imagine how terrible I was before all these things. And engaging your community does allow you to build the things that matter on the most local possible level. I mean, the outcome, by the way, of the sort of politics of fulfillment that I was talking about earlier is a lot of localism, because the roles that I'm talking about are largely local roles. So that stuff has to be protected locally. I think we focus way too much in this country and others on like world-beating solutions, national solutions, solutions that apply to hundreds of millions of people. How we get to the solutions that apply for like 5, and then we get to the solutions that apply to like 20, and then we get to the solutions that involve 200 people or 1,000 people. Let's solve that stuff. And I think the solutions at the higher level flow bottom up, not top down.
What about mentors and maybe role models? Have you had a mentor, or maybe people you look up to? Either you interacted on a local scale, like you actually knew them, or somebody you really looked up to?
For me, I'm very lucky. I grew up in a very solid 2-parent household. I'm extremely close with my parents. I've lived near my parents literally my entire life, with the exception of 3 years of law school. Like right now, they live a mile and a half from us.
What'd you learn about life from your parents and your father?
Is there no way to auto clear this shit?
So many things.
Really?
From my parents. That's
good and bad.
That's a hard one.
It's not marked for auto.
I think the good stuff from my dad is that you should hold true to your values. He's very big on, you have values, those values are important, hold true to them.
Did you understand what your values are, what your principles are early on?
Fairly quickly, yeah. And so, you know, he was very big on that, which is why, for example, I get asked a lot in the Jewish community why I wear a kippah, and the answer is, it never occurred to me to take off the kippah. I always wore it. Why would I take it off at any point? That's the life that I want to live, and you know, that's the way it is. So that was a big one from my dad. From my mom, practicality. My dad is more of a dreamer. My mom is much more practical. And so, you know, the sort of lessons that I learned from my dad are that you can have sort of the counter lesson is that you can have a good idea, but if you don't have a plan for implementation, then it doesn't end up as reality. And I think actually he's learned that better over the course of his life too. But my dad, from the time I was very young, he wanted me to engage with other adults, and he wanted me to learn from other people. And one of his rules was, if he didn't know something, he would find somebody who he thought did know the thing for me to talk to. That was a big thing. So I'm very lucky. I have wonderful parents. As far as sort of other mentors, you know, in terms of the media, Andrew Breitbart was a mentor. Andrew, obviously, he was kind of known in his latter days, I think, more for the militancy than when I was very close with him.
So for somebody like me who knows more about the militancy, can you tell me what makes him a great man?
Well, what made Andrew great is that he engaged with everyone. I mean, everyone. So there are videos of him rollerblading down the boulevard, and people would be protesting, and he would literally like rollerblade up to them, and he would say, "Let's go to lunch together," and he would just do this. Like, that's actually who Andrew was.
What was the thinking behind that? Just
That's who he was. He was just garrulous. He was much more outgoing than I am, actually. He was very warm with people. Like, for me, yeah, I would say that with Andrew, I knew Andrew I met him when I was 16. He passed away when I would have been 28. So I knew Andrew for 10, 12 years. And people who met Andrew for about 10 minutes knew Andrew 99% as well as I knew Andrew. Because he was just all out front, like everything was out here, and he loved talking to people, he loved engaging with people. And so this made him a lot of fun and unpredictable and fun to watch and all of that. And then I think Twitter got to him. I think Twitter is, one of the lessons I learned from Andrew is the counter lesson, which is Twitter can poison you. Twitter can really wreck you. You spend all day on Twitter reading the comments and getting angry at people who are talking about you.
Another victim.
It becomes a very difficult life. And I think that, you know, in the last year of his life, Andrew got very caught up in that because of a series of sort of circumstances.
It can actually affect your mind. It can actually make you resentful, all that kind of stuff.
I tend to agree with that. So, but the lesson that I learned from Andrew is engage with everybody, take joy in sort of the mission that you're given. And you can't always fulfill that. You know, sometimes it's really rough and difficult. I'm not going to pretend that it's all fun and rainbows all the time because I didn't. And some of the stuff that I have to cover, I don't like, and some of the things I have to say.
The ritual to summon Lilith would have been demanding. Perhaps he was afraid he wouldn't survive it. And I'm sure he expected to make enemies along the way. Good, you found the incense. I'll keep it safe for us.
While you were gone, Timur warmed up to us. Well, to Lorath. He's surprisingly nimble with old women.
Neyrelle?
She says there's an altar. That's what the incense is for. It's not far from here.
Neyrelle sounds kind of manic. Wait, no, this is a dungeon? I just cleared it. God damn it. Should give you the clear if it's making you do it as part of the story, man. Like, Jesus. It's kind of dumb. Let's see if I see this goblin again. That's seemingly bugging out. Nope.
But why did Tyrael believe the Haradrim would be a solution?
We weren't a solution, we are... The world needs protectors.
The incense should provide us with the path to the tree. What sort of path, I can't say.
I can say that the time for questions, Neyrelle, has passed.
Blood-stained altar.
Damn. They must have tracked our scent. When you're ready, light the incense.
Let's fucking do it. Cool cutscenes. Ooh.
What now?
We wait for the path to appear.
It's like mushrooms. Wow. I wonder if it's kind of like another dimension or something that the tree exists in. And the swamp's kind of halfway in between, like a manifestation of it. Giant slug. Giant snake. Swallow us up and shit us out.
Hey. Come on. Wake up. I think it worked.
How long were we out?
I don't know. But I see something.
Oh, giant snake. Oh, there's the giant snake from the frickin'... That's cool.
This creature. It's is magnificent. I can see myself in the scales, walking on them like a path through the swamp. The serpent is the path.
Serpent? What are you talking about?
You don't see it?
No. Only a cloud of smoke.
Oh.
That's odd. Okay. Oh my god, let me attack. Shit.
I'm not ready yet.
Bloody hell. I see the serpent now.
What do the scales show you?
A deer caught in a trap.
Watch out!
I need more time.
We need to find a way forward.
Oh, there's an opening beneath the serpent. Just big enough for me. I think it wants me to go through.
Don't be ridiculous.
We must follow the path.
He's drunk.
I'm not ready yet.
Can I just fucking use my ability? Thank you.
I need time to do that.
Is this dream snake helping us, or did it corral us here?
I need more time.
Over here!
Oh, I see. It's a ladder. Really, I can't pick that up. Are you fucking kidding me? Let me pick it up! Jesus fucking Christ.
Can you feel it? The swamp is watching us, whispering to us.
It's the incense, playing with our heads. Just an illusion.
Sure.
He hears us, just as you do, Wanderer.
The old man is full of secrets like our thief, Elias. Birds of a feather. Perhaps that is what we need.
I wonder if these were maybe Nephilim who like merged with the environment, because that's what happened with, who was it, the guy who became like one of the gods or the founding father of the barbarians, I think it was. Whatever that guy's name is.
I lost sight of the serpent, but I hear it calling to me. Up ahead. There it is.
Come on it? Nope. It's coming out of the ground. Interesting.
There's no way through this time.
What?
Oh, it's
over
wounded,
here.
though.
Wait, did she say? What? I don't want to wound it. Oh. Interesting.
Look at that! Look at that! Ruthless, flippant.
How many ruthless Haradrim hang from our branches? Not enough.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Ancient reservoir.
That's the way through. Help me clear those dead trees. It's barring our path again. Keep a sharp eye out.
I need more time.
Is the serpent doing this?
Forget the snake. Just kill these things.
So many come seeking answers. So many fail. Will you die like these souls, with a question still on your lips?
Shut up. Shut up. You aren't real. An old drunk. The judge of what is real. We are real. And so is the Lord of the Swamp.
To get the answers you seek, you must offer payment. A head for knowledge.
Not yet. They have another purpose first.
Okay. Yeah. I've slain all enemies. What? Oh, here we go. Okay. Come on, boss man. Wait, where the fuck did it go?
I'm not ready yet.
Look, it's moving.
Wow, nice that I can just merge into the ground like that, I guess.
I know you heard the voices that time. Who are they?
I don't know. We can't trust anything here, but we need to press on.
Still following the serpent. Alrighty. no, they're clearly following me. Oh, I made it.
Is that...
The Tree of Whispers. Why have you come? We're after a man named Elias.
Slippery, that one. He owns the tree. It deals in thoughts and insight in exchange for a head. He is the first of us to escape payment.
Will you tell us what you told him? If we can stop him for good, the tree can finally collect.
He sought the way to summon Lilith, but he made another stop on the way. To a place beyond the tree's sight. That might explain his hardiness. I've damn near lost count of how many times we've killed him.
So that's why Taissa failed so dismally to reclaim his head.
This place Elias stopped at. How can we get there?
Seek a coffin beyond the wrecks. It will take you where you must go. Find out what secrets linger there. For the tree knows not.
That was weird.
If there are wrecks to search, they'll be on the eastern coast. We'll head there now. Meet us when you can.
Definitely gonna get that first. Interesting that there's a waypoint here. Like, I know why they did it. They did it because of, you know, game reasons. Makes sense to have one here when you come to do the quests, etc. However, I bet there's more reasons for it as well. Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't. The waypoints are they Nephilim or are they Haradrim? Okay. Well, we'll put this back.
I don't particularly like, you know, like that happens. But it's but that's what I learned from Andrew. As far as sort of other mentors, I had some teachers when I was a kid who you know, said things that stuck with me. I had a 4th grade teacher named Miss Janetti who said, "Don't let potential be written on your tombstone," which is a pretty
That's a good line.
It's a great line, particularly to a 4th grader. But it was
not ready yet.
that you know, that was a guy. I had an 11th grade English teacher named Anthony Miller who was terrific, really good writer. He'd studied with James Joyce at Trinity College in Dublin, and so he and I really got along, and he helped my writing a lot.
Did you ever have doubt in yourself? I mean, especially as you gotten into the public eye with all the attacks, did you ever doubt your ability to stay strong, to be able to be a voice of the ideas that you represent?
You definitely, I don't doubt my ability to say what I want to say. I doubt my ability to handle the emotional blowback of saying it, meaning that's difficult. I mean, again, to take just one example, in 2016, the ADL measured that I was the #1 target of anti-Semitism on planet Earth.
Jeez.
You know, that's not fun. You know, it's unpleasant. And when you take critiques, not from anti-Semites, but when you take critiques from people generally, we talked about near the beginning how you surround yourself with people who are going to give you good feedback. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes people are giving you feedback. You don't know whether it's well motivated or poorly motivated. And if you are trying to be a decent person, you can't cut off the mechanism of feedback. And so what that means is sometimes you take to heart the wrong thing, or you take it to heart too much. You're not light enough about it. You take it very, very seriously. You lose sleep over.
Maybe he came looking for it. Did he ever tell you what he was planning?
No. By that point, he wasn't my student anymore.
What happened?
The moment Elias heard Rathma's prophecy, it poisoned him. He became obsessed with it. Prophecies are riddles. Not even the very wise can be sure of their meaning. But Elias believed he could solve it. And when I told him to wait, he called me a fool. Said we had to do whatever.
You tried to stop him?
Tried, yes, and failed. It'll be different this time. Let's find that damn coffin.
It. I mean, I can't tell you the number of nights where I've just not slept because of some critique somebody's made of me, and I've thought to myself, maybe that's right, maybe that, and sometimes it is right, and you know that's.
So some of that is good to stew in that criticism, but some of that can destroy you. You have a shortcut. So Rogan has talked about taking a lot of mushrooms. So since you're not, since you're not into the mushroom thing, what's your escape from that? Like when you get low, when you can't sleep.
Usually, writing is a big one for me. So the writing for me is cathartic. I love writing. That is a huge one. Spending time with my family. Again, I usually have a close circle of friends who I will talk with in order to sort of bounce ideas off of them. And then once I've kind of talked it through, I tend to feel a little bit better. Exercise is also a big one. I mean, if I go a few days without exercise, I tend to get pretty grumpy pretty quickly. I mean, I gotta keep the six-pack going somehow, man.
There, you and Rogan agree. Well, we haven't, aside from Twitter, mentioned love. What's the role of love in the human condition? Ben Shapiro?
Man, don't get asked for love too much. In fact, I was...
You don't get that question on college campus?
No, I typically don't, actually. In fact, we were at an event recently, as a Daily Wire event, and in the middle of this event, it was a meet and greet with some of the audience. And in the middle of this event, this guy walks by with this girl, they're talking to me, and time kind of runs, the security's moving them. He says, no, wait, hold on a minute. And he gets down on one knee and he proposes to the girl in front of me. And I said to him, this is the weirdest proposal in human history. What is happening right now? Like, I was your choice of Cupid here? Like, so, well, you know, we actually, like, got together because we listened to your show. And I said, well, I can perform it like a Jewish marriage right now. We're gonna need like a glass. We're gonna need some wine. That. It's gonna get weird real fast.
Yeah.
But so Love Doctor, I'm typically not asked too much about. The role of love is important in binding together human beings who ought to be bound together, and the role of respect is even more important in binding together broader groups of people. I think one of the mistakes that we make in politics is trying to substitute love for respect or respect for love, and I think that's a big mistake. So I do not bear tremendous love in the same sense that I do for my family for random strangers. I don't. I love my family. I love my kids. Anybody who tells you they love your kid as much as you love your kid is lying to you. It's not true. I love my community more than I love other communities. I love my state more than I love other states. I love my country more than I love other countries, right? Like that's all normal. And that's all good. The problem of empathy can be when that becomes so tight-knit that you're not
you see the coffin from
outward-looking, that you don't actually have respect for other people. So in the local level, you need love in order to protect you and shield you.
Any sign of it?
There's something at the far end of those ships.
I see it too. We'll have to cross the wreckage to reach it.
Interesting.
you and give you the strength to go forward. And then beyond that, you need a lot of respect for people who are not in the circle of love. And I think trying to extend love to people who either are not going to love you back or are going to slap you in the face for it, or who you're just not that close to, it's either it runs the risk of being airsats and fake, or it can actually be counterproductive in some senses.
Well, there's some sense in which you could have love for other human beings just based on the humanity that connects everybody, right? So you love this whole project that we're a part of. And actually, sort of another thing we disagree on, so loving a stranger, like having that basic empathy and compassion towards a stranger, even if it can hurt you, I think is ultimately that to me is what it means to be a good man. To live a good life is to have that compassion towards strangers. Because to me, it's easy and natural and obvious to love people close to you, but to step outside yourself and to love others, I think that's the fabric of a good society. You don't think there's value to that?
I think there can be, but I think we're also discussing love almost in two different senses. Meaning that when I talk about love, what I think of immediately is the love I bear for my wife and kids, or my parents, or my siblings.
What about friendship?
Or the love of my close friends.
Yeah.
Okay, but I think that it's that using that same term to describe how I feel about strangers, I think would just be inaccurate. And so that's why I'm suggesting that respect might be a more solid and realistic foundation for the way that we treat people far away from us or people who are strangers. Respect for their dignity, respect for their priorities, respect for their role in life. It might be too much of an ask, in other words. There might be the rare human being who's capable of literally loving a homeless man on the street the way that he loves his own family. But if you respect the homeless man on the street the way that you respect your own family, because everyone deserves that respect, I think that you get to the same end without forcing people into a position of unrealistically expecting themselves to feel a thing they don't feel. You know, one of the big questions in religion that comes up is God makes certain requests that you feel certain ways, right? You're supposed to be You're supposed to be.
It burns.
This is not good. Damn drowned.
My arm.
You've been infected. It's spreading. We have no time. I must remove the drowned necrosis.
I don't understand.
Oh
Are you
shit.
certain?
I'm certain she's dying. Hold her.
He's gotta cut her hand off.
We have no choice. Now hold her.
Damn, dude. Yeah, you can see the shit coming off the hand.
Rest now. You will be Haradrim, young one. I will not fail you. Go on ahead to the coffin. I'll look after her.
Wow.
Happy about certain things, or you're supposed to love thy neighbor as thyself, right? You'll notice that in that statement, it's thy neighbor, right? It's not just like generally anyone. It's love thy neighbor as thyself. In any case, the
I think that extends to anyone that follows you on Twitter. Thy neighbor, because God anticipated the social network aspect that is not constrained by geography.
I'm not ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna differ with you on the interpretation on that. But in any case, the sort of the kind of extension of love outwards might be too big an ask. So maybe we can start with respect, and then hopefully out of that respect can grow something more if people earn their way in. Because I think that one of the big problems when we were talking about universalism is when people say, like, I'm a world citizen. I love people of the other country as much as I love myself, or as much as I love my country. It tends to actually lead to an almost crammed down utopianism that I think can be kind of difficult, because with love comes a certain expectation of solidarity. And I think, right, I mean, when you love your family, you love your wife, but there's a certain level of solidarity that is required inside the home in order to preserve the most loving kind of home. And so if you love everybody, then that sort of implies a certain level of solidarity that may not exist. So,
don't you? Inside is the thing Elias hides. The source of his immortality. Fear not this cradle. Colder breaths than this await you yet, traveler.
Hold your breath.
His debt must be paid.
Ephesus entrance. Well, this is interesting. Echo of Elias.
Rathma, I have come to your temple. I know the answers I seek are within.
Elias's presence still taints this place.
See, I don't think this is his temple, though, is it? I think this is more like a temple to the serpent, right? The dragon, or whatever it's called. Anyways, can I TP out? I can. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to call it there for the night. It's already 4 a.m. my time. I've been streaming for a total of... oh man, 5, 7, almost 8 hours. So, good time to stop here for the night regarding the story and all that. I'm very happy that at least regarding the skill points and potion, I have that completed for the Renown now, so any characters I make, I have the horse. Pretty soon, I don't know how soon, I'll have the story completed, so when I go to make a new character, I won't have to go through the motions of playing the campaign again, unless I want to, of course, in like a season in the future or something. Excuse me. But actually, you know what? I will let this video I was watching play out. It's only like 2 minutes left, so.
maybe the idea is, for me, start with respect, and then maybe as people respect each other more, then love is an outgrowth of that, as opposed to starting with love and then hoping that respect develops.
Yeah, there's a danger that that word becomes empty, and instead is used for dogmatic kind of utopianism.
I mean, this is the way that, for example, religious theocracies very often work. We love you so much we have to convert you.
So let's start with respect. What I would love to see after our conversation today is to see a Ben Shapiro that continues the growth on Twitter of being even more respectful than you've already been, and maybe one day converting that into love on Twitter.
Wow. That
would, if I could see that in this world, that would make me die a happy man.
Wow, that's
a little bit
if I can make that happen for you.
Love in the world for me, as a gift for me.
I'll try to make that happen. I do have one question. I'm gonna need you to tell me, can I like which jokes are okay? Are jokes still okay?
So yeah, can I just run your Twitter from now on? You just send it to me.
100%. I will pre-screen you the jokes, and you can tell me if this is a loving joke or if this is a hate-filled,
People will be
obnoxious
very
joke.
surprised by all the heart emojis that start popping up on your Twitter. But thank you so much for being bold and fearless and exploring ideas. And your Twitter aside, thank you for being just good faith in all the arguments and all the conversations you're having with people. It's a huge honor. Thank you for talking to me.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ben Shapiro. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ben Shapiro himself. Freedom of speech and thought matters, especially when it is speech and thought with which we disagree. The moment the majority decides to destroy people for engaging in thought it dislikes, thought crime becomes a reality.
Wow, did he
Thank you for listening.
Did he have words from me that he left people with at the end of our show?
All right. That's a good place to end. I think Ben Shapiro's quote there that Lex used, whatever it is, a really good one for people to consider and think about. Have a good night, morning, evening, wherever you may be when you watch this. Good luck in your day, etc. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.